Hi, how are you? What's up, Dumbo? You brought up a good point this morning. Why don't we just pummel? We gonna pummel. We gonna pummel in a friendly league because we poor. Alright. Thank you, Moto, for saving the screen how we want it. Hey, James. And the results have spoken for themselves. Uh, goodbye, hand. Yep, this hand's good. No, wouldn't it get double negative counters? Well then. I'll put it on bottom. We have our lands. That, how do you win every single time you play? You're the one that needs to be streaming, not me. I think you're like 10-0, 20-0 with Emmett in your deck. I've beat the only Emmett I got paired versus. Alright then. We get a bad match and a mulligan right off the top. How many people played tonight? How many people were in the tournament? Seven. Vomit. Vomit. We attack you with some number that's not 20. Kinda want our land back. Want our land back. He's cycling a sensor versus a guy who has no lands? Yeah, well, we don't have to play around anything anymore. That's fun. Goodbye, fam. Is that not a land? Oh, that is a land. Nice. We'll get the green. Stone Code don't care if he kills it. If he kills it, he can't play, Glamour. Whoa. Take it. Taste it. I have played versus Emmett exactly one time, and on that one particular time, I got to cast Grasp of Darkness and 2 mana kill it. More than once, and it was fun. And fun was had for everyone. The fun they couldn't done. Untap land, please? Not an untap land. I ain't gonna play it anyway. I'm pretty sure he has to have another sensor. Well, that's fun. So we mulliganed into a mana screw, and then we're going to be just shy of winning. Yeah, thank you for the land that I no longer want or need. Oh, cool. Appreciate it, Dick. Why couldn't you give us these lands on any other turn of the game? He's got 4 cards in hand still? Wow. Uh-oh. Here we go, boys. Come on, feel the pain. Long toss come again. Oh god, there's something in my eye. It'll take our opponent 12 turns to figure out, or 12 seconds to figure that out. Oh wow, people can't hear me? I apparently have been muted all this time. Alright, we're done here. Mulligan into a mana screw. Pretty annoying. Where did I just sell Chandra's on that? Like, Chandra can't be that good, can it? Didn't you just buy a brand new computer? How did you buy a brand new computer that barely plays that game? How did you buy a brand new computer that barely plays that game? My computer plays it on Ultra without even caring, and it's like 4 years old. Oh, that's obviously bad. I drew 2 mulligans in that hand. This hand's bad too. It looks like we're having another night where we're not going to get to play any Magic. Sure, I'll keep that. Mono not playing Magic tonight. I don't even think it should. Probably shouldn't even be in mono red. It's like being consistently the worst card in mono red for me. Wish this little bastard had hexproof. I think people should trade me all invocations, but I don't have enough to trade for them. I really want invocations though. like I'm saying, I'd rather have hexproof than rather it say can't be countered. Like I realize it can't have all of that stuff on it for 3 mana, but like I would give up the can't be countered and 1 power for just hexproof. Yep, I want that as well. Again, I don't have anything that you want, so. I guess I should have attacked first. Not attacking first was probably a mistake. Yeah, I don't have many standard cards at all, so tomorrow's not going to get better. It does in fact look good right now. So I now have to find a way to get 3 more energy before Hours of Devastation comes down and anals me. Wait, I shouldn't have said anals me on stream. That's probably not the type of thing you say. You're going to abrade, dude. Goodbye, dude. You have been abruded. Ew. Toad People is the best card in the set. Nobody listens to Ray. Nobody listens to Ray. Sean listened to me. Robbie listened to me. They didn't buy nearly enough. Hours of Devastation wrecks me so hard. James certainly didn't listen to Ray. James traded Ray one for $3. Traded Ray a foil one for $3 in trade with Ray sitting there telling James you shouldn't trade this to me. The chat going ham. I like to run it back. I like the conversion board in this match. Sorry if I'm not talking a whole lot tonight. I'm on live tilt. I punted a game in my internal draft. I should be 6-0 right now, but instead I'm just like 5-1. No, that's a lie. I should be 5-0. Instead I'm 4-1. Yeah, that's right. This hand is bad. This hand is bad. This hand is bad. This hand is bad, 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 bad. We keep. We have a kind of a mulligan in our hand already. We're gonna save old dude over here for cycling at some point. Fortunately, old dude up there has lots of counter spells and like lots of burn spells and lots of stuff, and then like there's more stuff and then stuff, and like stuff's good versus stuff, you know, stuff. Yeah. Anyway, he's got some stuffs. Since we only have 1 threat, I'm going to wait till we at least have Blossoming Defense up, even though like it gives him more counter spells, it gives him Essence Scatter, it gives him lots of stuff, and then like he can just play a removal spell on both turns anyway. Alright. This is my time to be sad. Cool, Essence Scatter. 24 creatures, draw 2. Alright, well, this game's over. The old 24 creatures, draw 2 doesn't win very much. Feel like we didn't get to play either game we lost. Huh? You play 22 lands because you want to draw 6. In 14 cards. I don't know what kind of personality I am. I'm just sitting here getting wrecked. Getting checkity check and wreckity wrecked. Do your worst. Counterspell the dragon before he brings a minor amount of glory. Uh-oh, boys. Do we get to do any glory? No, no glory to be had. No glory. No glory. Oh, cool. That's not that's not Essence Scatter mana or anything. I choose you, Grasshopper. I don't even have enough mana to kill a Gearhulk. I don't even have enough energy to kill a Gearhulk. Because we only drew the one real red source this game. I guess technically we drew 2. We did send one to the afterlife. Hello, Mr. Gearhulk. Omigato. I hope that word means something that's like not talking about sex with sheep. No Gearhulk? Oh, good God. You're saying there's a chance. You're saying there's a chance. Homie. Homie. Come on, homie. You're saying there's a chance. I don't think he's saying there's a chance. This kind of stops this from being good. He's down to 4 cards though, so when he kills this turn, like, we only cry a little inside. Miss Molly is the name of a webcam performer that I have enjoyed myself to. If you guys want some TMI. She's got a really big chin, but she likes cosplay, so it's fine. I like my women to look like Jay Leno. Doesn't matter what else happens tonight. I like my women to look like Jay Leno would be my favorite thing I've said. And it'll also be somewhat true. No Gearhulk this time, please. Let's get my one turn without a Gearhulk. Woohoo! No, not a draw 2. That's why I didn't want you to have the Gearhulk. Oh God, top and top. There's much getting wrecked going on. What? Thank you. I like how game 1 I flood, and the beginning of this game I flood, but like when I finally want to draw a land, there is no land in the entire land. Cool. It's fun. There is no land anywhere. Anywhere. Oh, anywhere. There is no land anywhere. You should Google her. She does have quite the big chin. Alright, I now have no energy. I guess technically you can negate this. Negate. Wee. Cool. That's exactly what I wanted to draw. This is now his third draw 3, and we're only 2 lands behind him. Uh-oh, we did it, boys. We might get a clue. Whew. Oh, God. Feels good. Give me that clue. Right on time, Blossoming Defense. What could I draw here to not die? Oh, what could I draw here to not die, to not die, to not die? I'm going to take my 4, even though I could kill it. Might as well play around Censor. He's drawn 9 million cards. Right on time, friend. I shouldn't have played that land. There is Tireless Trackers in my deck. That was real bad of me. Playing that land was so very, very bad. Alright, we'll try to kill it this time. Watch me draw a Tireless Tracker and be immediately sad. I used 3 because I pressed F, or because I pressed the F, it automatically used a 3. Oh God, I got wrecked. I just cost myself 2 energy. 2 energy, by the way, that could actually matter. Like, that 2 energy could matter. That 2 energy stops me from being able to kill a Gearhulk, for example. He sideboarded in negates versus me? Alright, the 2 energy officially don't matter now. So I could have 6 energy, or sorry, I could have 5 energy. He's now 30 cards deep into his deck. Alright. Come on, feel the noise. Yeah, the energy just doesn't matter now. So it's good that at least the energy doesn't matter anymore. At some point, we're going to draw a Bristling Hydra and hope that he doesn't have a counterspell. That is not this point, though. I'm gonna play this just so I don't have to spend any more energy. If I draw like a Shundra or something. There's this fourth draw two. 1, 2, 3. Yeah, there's this fourth draw two. You put one on top, one on bottom. Here's this fifth draw two. Yeah. I think we would have won that game if we drew our. I think we would have won game 1 and game 3 both if we just drew the same cards, just in a moderately different order. I don't even think it had to be in a much different order. I don't think it had to be in a very much different order. Did it pop yet? I wasn't looking. Nope. Okay. Has now popped. There's a lot of people streaming tonight. Opponent didn't accept the cue. Try number 2. Guess we go back to this screen then. Really? Is this opponent not going to accept the cue too? Thank you, Moto, for moving my window. Alright. There's a potential turn 3 Bristling Hydra. It's not really what this deck ever wants to do, but it's a keep. And the odds of it ever being successful are like so low that it's ridiculous. And then on turn 4 is probably not that good versus a teamer deck. I am like the most impatient person in the world. So when like people do this and just sit during my combat phase for even 1 second bothers me. So when they're doing it for like 20 and 30 or longer, it bothers me a lot. There's just like literally no point in it. Well, play this guy first. I should have cast the Effer Hub because I could have drew another Effer Hub on the following turn and the Lone Tusk Cub could have been a lot bigger. A little mistake. Playing the Servant though because I just assume whatever I'm playing is dying and it gives me more potential nut draws. Alright, so we're playing versus some kind of ramp deck. I bet contingency plan gets played at the Pro Tour again. Another contingency plan. There's a Ulamog and a Sanctum in his hand. Sure. I'm assuming this opponent has to have Wrath of Gods. I mean, he has to have Wrath of Gods, right? There's an argument that I probably should have sacked an Oasis on this turn. Sure. That's why we didn't play the Cub. I think this guy, because it has haste, which means over 2 turns it deals 8 damage, and the Cub's still the better threat, so if he's got like another Wrath or another Cast Out or whatever, I would rather him use it on Glory. 3 Cola. He has instant sorcery and lands at the moment. Sup, Wayne? How are you this wonderful eve? He still doesn't have Delirium? Is it Crush the Tentacles deck? Alright. He's a Crush the Tentacles deck, I guess. Am I lagging? See if I'm dropping frames. Not dropping frames. Yes. So I've got to be lagging. Still just playing around till I'm having like rafts and stuff. We're technically lethal next turn if he doesn't have anything. Sure. Play on both this turn. Both threats are lethal on the following turn. So again, he needs another Wrath. He's already played 2. 2, 3. Something for X mana? One, 2. Okay. Pieces of puzzle, sure. So he revealed another Fumigate. If he has a land, I'm definitely dead. I'm not definitely dead, I guess, if he doesn't have a land. Alright. Well. So, just gonna assume these are bad versus him. And I'm gonna assume these are good versus him. Nah, these are bad versus him too, ain't they? Yeah, these things just have 4 power. I'm in. 4 power, attack you. Working like always. Did you tell me you worked in a nursing home? Like, shouldn't you be tending to old folk and not watching streams? Alright. This hand is gasoline. Take care, my favorite human in the world. I will miss thee. I will miss thee, my favorite human in the world. World Breaker? Crush? I like calling it Crash more than Crush, even though I realize that's absolutely ridiculous, but I'm going to continue to call this Crash. Top, top. Toppity top, top, top. Alright. I'm just gonna play this thing. It attacks for the most. Staff residents, mental disabilities only have 3 and they're asleep. Fair. Yeah, well, he's not casting a Wrath of God on the following turn, so. That is something I like to call a good for me. No deck and stone, please. We're doing much attacking for 4. So if I draw an untapped land, I am very lethal on the following turn. Technically, casting the Brawler was terrible. Yeah, casting the Brawler was terrible. Should have cast a Servant. If I'd cast a Servant, I would have been lethal on this following turn as well. I have no clue what else in my opponent's hand. I've not been paying attention. Anyway, we get the attack for a bundle. A bundle of joy. Like, we get the attack for at least 12, 16 if we draw any untapped land. That's not an untapped land. Yes, yes, yes. So he goes down to 4, which is pretty cute. He has to have an untapped white source and a fumigate both. Having to fumigate is pretty easy. Having to untap white source is probably not real easy. Yeah, I should have played the servant. Not playing the servant was a huge mistake. Just huge, boys. Stop doing that, Moto. You leave my window where I put you. Alright, this hand's great. This is the best hand we've had so far. Loam Dried. Alright, this is a deck that we're probably a favorite versus. Just have to draw some, like, pumpy stuff before he goes crazy. Pumpy stuff before he goes crazy. I like how precise I am. Like, I break it down, boys. I keep it on the realsies. Hello, Tyler Myth 20. Thought that said MILF for the longest of times because I can't read. Really? Well, that's cock solid for us if he's doing that on his turn. Okay. I play an Abyss. I play an Abyss. Hello, Big Baby 2719. Apparently you know who I am. I am at a disadvantage. For all like 4 of you that know me in real life, there's a link to my Twitter down below. And on said Twitter, there is also a link to every deck list I play and every time I go live, which is basically every night. Yeah, casting an Abyss is pretty fun. Alright, opponents like doing things. I'm not sure we care. What do you do? 4/3, sacrifice a creature. Whenever you sacrifice a creature, draw a card. Well, that's all sorts of cute. So this thing flips back. That good God-fearing Ricky's got us covered. Don't worry, boys. I'll grab this thing. I guess I'll grab this thing. I don't really want any of these things. So I can trade my dude for 2 of his dudes? That seems fine. Trading dudes for dudes and doing like duding stuff seems like the type of things dudes want to do. So next turn we're going to attack for 1,000,000 if we're not dead. I'm assuming he's got that Decimator card in his deck, and I have absolutely no idea how much mana it costs. What's that thing do? Oh, that thing makes more dudes. That thing makes more dudes. I'm not dead yet, am I? Yeah, I'm not dead yet. Sweet. Not being dead's the best. Hello. How are you today? I'm fine. Alright, so he's tapped out. Cast this for this. If I attack with them all, what happens? You like block some? Everybody blocks gets trample. So I'm attacking for 4, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 16, 22. And the most he can do is, what's this thing do? The most he can block would be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Yeah, he's just dead. He's also gonna just make some kind of poor block here. Like all my things having trample seems great. Alright. Okay, so give this thing +4/+0. And the tramples. Sure. Nobody cares, nobody cares, nobody cares, nobody cares, nobody cares, nobody cares, nobody cares. And nobody cares. attack for 1,000,000. Got him. Oh yeah, got him. Alright, I guess removal's fine versus the stuff he's doing. These seem fine versus the stuff he's doing. What doesn't seem good versus the stuff he's doing? I don't know. I guess these sorcery speed thingies aren't as good because he's got like 1,000,000 things that do some things and some things are like 1,000,000 things. I can't cut that. Good lord. We'll cut this. So I got one blossoming defense because I don't think he has a ton of removal. If I'm proven wrong by that, we can always bring it in for the following game when we took out the sorcery speed trample thingies. Because trample dample. That was my Murloc impression. Because Hearthstone rules you. This hand is my hand, and my hand is my hand. I'll keep it. It's real slow. Sure, we'll keep. Please bring me something. It's going okay, Vladimus. How are you this evening? Ooh. I guess I'll play this because I could draw one of those things that... Shoot, what's it called? The, like... I don't know. The hell are you called? I could draw one of these type of lands. The Shadowlands, that's what they're called. Figured it out, family. That's good. I'm glad to hear you're doing okay. Did you get to try your deck outing that you were talking about? Very technical speak up in here. You know, like I said, I like to keep it real. I'm gonna kill this thing because it looks like he might be mana screwed. Not yet. Fair, fair. Alright, he's done. He was in fact mana screwed. Next. Well, we're one win away from locking up that pity chest. And we're much glad to have a pity chest the way life's been going lately. Put that over there. Beautiful impression, right? That kill me. I'm so great. Yeah, this hand's solid. I just feel like we get really good hands every time we play this deck. Ooh. So let's start with this one. And we'll go get us a red because we have a Bringer of Glory in hand. Be interested to see if he's on the control list or if he's on the little turds list. Depending on which list he's on, what spell I play here is totally different. He didn't play a 2-drop or a 1-drop, so I'm going to assume he's on the control list, and I'm just going to cast a Brawler. Because if he's on the control list, that means he's got Wrath of Gods. Alright. Not on the control list. Don't mind to play this because it represents, first, a poop ton of damage, and second of all, he may react to it. We have the other Pummeler in hand, so that Pummeler is like not even relevant. Okay, I guess we will attune. And we'll start trying to slow down a little now. I don't need to play anything big this turn. I need to threaten like a Glorybringer or something next turn to hopefully make him not Glimmer. Alright, so we know he's the control list now. Oh gosh. Two deck to stones. He put top, so at least one of them's a land. We're going to slam this Bringer of Glory. He's going to have to fumigate. Alright, apparently I'm lagging again. Sorry, I don't know why I'm lagging tonight. Well, he hit him for a lot. He probably cast Fumigate. So the card we're wanting him to have in his hand the least is Blessed Alliance. No Blessed Alliance, please. Oh, this could just be Gearhulk then, I guess. Well then. If it could just be Gearhulk, I guess we'll just attack with both again. I'm attacking with both because he could be a Blessed Alliance deck. Alright, I guess I'm not attacking with both. I'm getting engulfed. Sure. Alright, opponent. Come on, dog. Let me just go to my second main phase. Thank you. We'll play this thing because it definitely beats Engulf. And he has Essence Scatters. Alright, opponent's lost his mind, but he's crushing us. I have no idea what opponent's playing. The cards he's playing do not seem like they go well together, to me anyway. Alright. Well. Should have left a green untapped. That was a mistake by me to not leave the green untapped. Attacking for 2 I don't think does much. A fling, you say? Alright, that's something we may try in a second. I guess I'm not gonna attack. He could be a Gearhulk deck still. So he has 6, 7, 8, and 9. Alright, well, we have a new plan. We're just going to attack with the Servant now. And then we're going to play this Long Tusk Cub thingy. Let's see what happens. Alright, so he is a Blessed Alliance deck. Sure. Well, I'm glad that we siphoned out that he was a Blessed Alliance deck. Don't have another Essence Scatter, dog. Rip. So he's just taking another turn now. Oh, that's Ulamog. What is this opponent playing? I'm still pretty sure we just win if we draw like a number of different cards. And I'm pretty sure we're just dead on board now. That's not true. We can draw a Pummeler and try to kill him with a fling. We can draw a Pummeler and try to kill him with a fling. So we have one out. That's obviously not it. I have no idea how to sideboard versus this guy because I'm pretty sure that this package is great versus him. But I'm also pretty sure that my main package is great versus him. Like, I'm pretty sure it's just all great versus him. I guess I don't want this sorcery speed removal stuff versus Engulf to Shore. Sure. Well, I'll play first. And we'll probably do a lot better this game now that we know what we're playing against. We made some plays last game versus because we thought we were playing versus more stock lists. I'm just going to slam this on turn 2. If he's got the deck and stone, he's got the deck and stone. I'm not that worried about it. I'm certainly not worried about it now that I have a backup. So he has to have an answer to this because it outscales deck and stone by itself. Could have an unsummon, I guess. I will put nothing past our opponent, but he can engulf now. Him not being able to engulf has to be good for us. I could have played the Pummeler and did 1 extra damage, but wasn't super worried about that 1 extra damage. I wasn't going to use it anyway. I'd rather save the Pummeler for it being able to pummel. Alright. So he kind of needs a deck and stone pretty hard right now. And even if he gets the deck and stone, he's still in pretty bad shape, but he's not just dead. Yeah, I'm just going to run it back. I don't think I want to change anything. He didn't show us anything in the ices or stuff like that, so. If we knew that he had thing in the ices, we'd bring in the harnesses back, but I don't know. He didn't really show us anything, so. Maybe Hydra's a little too slow on the draw. Of course, turn 3 Hydra's still pretty damn good. Alright, well, this hand's good. We're going to have to draw some lands, but the hand itself is fine. I'm going to turn 2 Slam Servant. If we get to untap and draw a land, we still have the Bristling Hydra. If not, we didn't really lose any value. Destroy a target artifact or enchantment. Alright. Things have been done by our opponent. And he's mana screwed, but his mana screw can still beat us if he has like an Essence Scatter or a Censor. Alright, well he had an Essence Scatter. Attacks for Tuesdays. He's down to 18. Could have put him at 16 with a blossoming defense. If we put him at 16, we would have in theory been lethal next turn, but we're going to assume that he draws a counter spell or something. So I don't know that I would have went all out like that. That being said, we will do the 2 to him this turn. Or we will do extra damage to him this turn. Hold up the desert. So we're lethal in a lot of different ways next turn, depending on what he shows us. Shows us another island, that's pretty bad for us. Hopefully he doesn't have a counterspell. Alright, no counterspell. Well, that was good. Well, now that we drew Chandra, I'm not even going to go for it. I'm just going to attack for 2 because we drew the Chandra. I don't think there's any reason to get greedy now. I think this Chandra gives us base inevitability. And I don't think it's real likely that he has a negate. Don't care what it is. Pretty much going to do 2 damage to him with any card in the deck. Hopefully he taps some mana again. Alright, well he's down to 3 mana again, so probably just going to try to kill him this turn. Nah. See what he has going on this way. Oh, he's at 1. If he doesn't have anything. And if he does have anything, he's still at 1. I guess he has a counterspell now. So he has to beat Chandra on board too. Don't know how likely it is for him to do that. Sure. Me throwing the fling last turn was just bad, by the way. But I wasn't respecting our opponent. Like, it was horrible timing. He had mana up. It's just better to do it during his turn to make him use mana. But like I said, wasn't really respecting our opponent, so it's kind of a YOLO thing. If I lose, I deserve to lose. Yeah, if I lose, I deserve to lose. So keep that in mind. It's not the deck, it's me if I lose. Now I have 2 different lethal threats. He has to be able to do the one thing again. Alright, so he's got another way to stop Chandra. another way to stop the Chandra. Alright, well, let's see it, friend. Six short. Short. Make this guy bigger, so he has to at least chump block it this turn. Why, yes. So this guy will survive unless he double blocks. If he double blocks, I get to kill both of his guys. What? What? That was weird. Alright, well, we locked up a pity chest. Let's see if we can lock up 3 more chests to go with it. We did it, boys. Pity chest confirmed. Stop moving my screen, Moto, you son of a thing that I can't say on stream because people will get mad at me. It's pretty dead in here tonight, but then again, there is Caleb and MJ and Jody and Z Magic, like, and Neil Oliver. There's just tons of people streaming tonight. This deck has been absolutely fantastic for me, with the exception it does not beat mono red. So if you're playing versus a lot of mono red, this is not the deck for you. Monument is what I consider my best match, so should have played a mountain because I could have drew a forest next turn. Sure. Rivulet. I've never played versus this deck. I don't know how good this match is for me. I assume it's great. Oasis does not give trample. If Oasis gave trample, I don't think there would be another playable deck that wasn't like attack-based green decks. I don't think there would be anything in the format playable if this gave +3/+3/+ trample other than a deck that could abuse this. This card just being this 3/3 is pretty darn good on its own. I'm going to play this one first because I can draw what you call it, shoot. Well, he probably didn't have an answer to both the cast out and the other dude in hand. I don't think he should have scooped. This is blue-white gifts. So I can do 6 to him here. I can also do this to him, which I think is fine. They don't have targeted removal on their main deck, so I don't think I care about holding that. All right, so he didn't get the important card in his graveyard. He still does not have the important card in his graveyard. 1, 2, 3, 4. This could be 5 + 6. Have to cast this pre-combat, or I can't cast it at all. So. Had a pretty mediocre draw, but he's got to have a creature in his hand or draw one from the loot. And if they're not the one that gives lifelink, it doesn't matter. Alright, so it wasn't the one that gives lifelink, so it doesn't matter. 1, 2, 3, 4. It's only 5 in fact. So if he refurbishes, he's not dead, but he's hurting. So he should pull out the Champion of Wills. It's the thing that gives him a chance at getting an Angel on the next turn in his grave. We still have a lot of wins here. An Efferhub's a win. So he's got a Cataclysmic Gearhulk. So an Efferhub would have been a win. We did not get the Efferhub. And this is probably coming back on the following turn. I think that's fine. Doing this for the energy so I can pump this if need be. Like if he doesn't block it for some reason. The most I could have attacked with that turn was... So he would have been at 13. I could attack with 4, 8, 12. Only 12. So that's fine. And next turn I can attack for 5 with the Bristling Hydra. So as long as he doesn't get an Angel in his graveyard, we win. If he gets an Angel, we don't win. So he's got 2 draw steps to hit an Angel. I don't think he had it already. And he hit an Angel. So we can't win now short of anything. A Fling would still win. Nah, Fling doesn't even win because he gets back a Mausoleum Wanderer. Alright, so we're dead. Have no out. That was pretty unfortunate. I think he had to get fairly lucky there. Think all these Manglehorns are good in this match. Shoot. There we go. I think some number of these might be fine because you can actually kill the Angels to stop them from gaining life. I don't know what I'm going to take out though. I guess the Bristling Hydras are real slow and he doesn't have spot removal spells for the most part, so I don't really need an Abyss. It's all about getting a Pummeler and or comboing him. That's just not right. I don't want that many of that card. I only want to draw 1 the whole game. Like drawing 2 is just real bad. Alright. So let's try this. So this is supposedly one of Gift's worst matches, but like... It's mainly because of this card. We didn't draw that card. Also, I might have missed damage on a previous turn. I'm not exactly sure. I'd have to rewatch the game. Alright, so we're going to play first. Alright, this hand's pretty decent, especially on the play. We have this thing we can cycle, but I think we're going to play it. Yeah, I think we're going to play it. Hopefully he doesn't have double 1-drop. Only want him to have single 1-drop. That was a good draw. That sets us up for a potential turn 4 win. Hopefully he doesn't have the refurbish stuff going. Sure. Well, they don't get to block. Oh, I'm extremely excited for the Pro Tour. The Pro Tour is my Jiminy Jam, yo. Take care, Vladimus. Thanks for stopping by. I appreciate it, man. So I have Trample, and he wants to prevent 2 damage. Not sure exactly what preventing 2 damage does. I'd have probably kept my Minister. That might be why I'm not very good with the deck. Alright, so he can go to a potential 17, so he's 18-19 with the Minister. Alright, well, let's just attack for a bunch. I definitely want to deal damage, so... He did not get the card in his graveyard that mattered. It's 8 p.m. Eastern tomorrow night. So our draws have been pretty horrendous versus this guy. Well, we have a 4-4 in play. It can be a 7-7. Sure. Champion of Wits. He's got a God Pharaoh in his graveyard. Anything but Angel of Wills, and that's great for us. Or Angel of Invention, or whatever it is. Alright, it's still no Angel, so... obviously, not a good draw, Ray. Not a good draw. So what's he got in his graveyard right now? 1, 2, 3. So this would put 4, and a Scry would put a potential 5. I think I have to attack. Yeah, he's going to take it. He's going to loot, and he's going to gain 1, but he may not have another creature. It's pretty annoying to like lose versus an extremely good match because we flood. We've drawn 7 lands in our top 11. We're not just dead, we're just in real bad shape. And of course he hits 2 lands, or 2 creatures. Of course he hits 2 creatures. Like the odds of him hitting 2 creatures are pretty exceptionally low. Lost to a bye. Alright, we'll run it back. Losing to buys like that always tilt me. Because I've lost that match like 7 times on the other side because the deck literally cannot do anything. It literally can do nothing versus Pummeler. Has no interaction, but if you just don't draw your cards, you don't get to play. Anyway, waiting for a cue. There's a good chance that I shouldn't have just trampled through on those turns, but like, you don't expect to draw nothing but lands. If I didn't draw anything else, I guess it didn't matter. Um, Well, there's 5 drops on the board post board, and you generally need like 4 or 5 lands of this deck because you're wanting to cast multiple instant spells at one time. Like if I had 20 or 21 lands, I couldn't keep this hand, but I can keep this hand because I have the 22. Like you generally want to cast this when you have 4 mana, and you usually like want to play multiple effects. You always want to get to 4. My worst match, we can probably just scoop. It's my worst match, and I have a bad draw. 2 bad combinations. My worst match and a bad draw. So our chance to win this game is all based on how many removal spells and how fast he is. So just going to slam this, go to 3 energy, and hope that he only has 1 removal spell, and we're going to hope that it's sorcery speed. Nope. He has at least 1 removal spell, and it's instant speed, so that's already bad for us. We have double electrostatic pummeler, though, so if we draw an untap land in the next 2 draw steps, we're still in somewhat of an amount of business. He didn't play a land this turn. He didn't play additional creatures, though, so that means he probably has just a bundle of removal in his hand. Alright, what you got? Hopefully it's at least sorcery again. Nope, it's not sorcery yet again. Well, we'll take our 1. He applied nothing else to the board, so I will not cast this pummeler without being able to hold this defense up. I may save the cub, I may not. I'm not really sure. Depends on what type of removal spell he uses on it. If it's like sorcery speed on his turn, I probably won't bother. So opponent got mana screwed, or I think he would have ran over. So he's also only played 1 creature in 4 turns from the mono red deck, so. Yep, that's fine. We have a defense to try to protect this guy. We're nowhere close to being dead, so this guy wins all sorts of games. He's got 2. Oh wow, he's got red in his deck too, so or blue in his deck too, so he's probably the Riddle form deck. The Riddle form deck's actually pretty decent versus this deck as well. So hopefully whatever he plays takes up all of his mana. Alright, that card does nothing, and we definitely win now. Alright, well, we stole a game versus them. That alone does 40. We don't need to do any more, but it's fun to go ham, so let's go ham. 18. 36. Could have done a lot. We could have done 88 this turn, but like this is enough. There's no reason to keep going. Alright, well, They have so many removal spells that I typically think that the Pummeler package doesn't do too much. I also typically think that the Pummeler package just isn't good enough here in my eyes. I think the Glory Bringers are fine. And I think the burn spells are fine. And I think these little 4 power things are fine. Whoops. Now, the problem with that is I don't actually like the Tireless Trackers here, and I don't really like the Manglehorns here. So I have to leave some number of these cards in that I don't think are particularly good. Fling can steal games. He doesn't have a whole lot of blockers. So we'll try it like this. On the play, we might leave the Pummeler package in. But like I never want to draw this or this in this match, but also just don't want to draw these things either. Fling. Fingered for lethal. I like the Pummeler deck, or I like the Prowess deck though. I'm thinking about cutting Fevered Visions out of it and putting in Enigma Drake, and maybe going back to putting the things in that give them haste. I'm not exactly sure. It's just a little slow, and I don't want to pay 3 mana when they have 4 shocks and between 2 and 3 magma sprays and between 1 and 2 or 1 to 3 unsummons. So I'm paying 3 mana when they have a potential 10 things to deal with it with 1 mana. So it's mainly mana efficiency is the reason I don't like it. Start with the game trail. It's a 23 land deck. I don't think it needs more lands. I'm just going to play my spells here. If he doesn't have a removal spell for this, or if he wants to play something besides a removal spell, like say he decides to play Fevered Visions or something, it's better for us this way. The only way we get punished whatsoever is if he just has a little 1 mana turd. We still have Harness Lightning for the following turn if that's the case. Yeah, well, we'll not play that one. Now we have the little Blossoming Defense. It's down to 3 cards, so they have to do something. Well, that's a good one. That one's probably good enough to beat me. That card's not in my sideboard, and it should be. Just need a little bit more energy, and I can block that thing infinitely. Which is something. It's going to 3 cards now. So one of them has to be in. Alright, so we're just dead. There's nothing we can do versus all of this. Hazard does in fact win games. Us not hitting lands also wins or loses games. Pretty good shape if we hit a land this turn, I think. We're still not in horrible shape. I mean, obviously him dealing 2 damage to us over the next 6 turns is pretty annoying. If we get this Glorybringer online, things perk up a little bit. I'm just going to attack with this because they are unsummons typically in that deck. So we're going to take 2 damage at the end of his turn. He's going to scry and we'll probably take 3 damage on our turn. So, like, the game's winnable, but it's not good. He also put on top, so whatever card that he gets here is a card he's going to cast, and it's going to be good. So, second Riddle form. Oh, that's pretty strong. Second Riddle form is definitely very, very strong. So he has an ability now. Or nothing, really. Okay, well. Don't think we can win this game. The only way we can win this game is if, like, he goes several turns now without being able to activate his Riddle forms, which isn't very likely. It's not very likely at all. He also didn't do it during his upkeep, so... What's he targeting? Me? Sure. So I'm taking a bundle here. And I'm dead on board. Well, Hazard at 1 game. Hazard is strong. We did not. We didn't really get to play Magic and we lost to one of our better matches. Which is marginally disappointing. This card's just not good. These cards just aren't great either. Bringing this stuff back in, less about it being good and more about our cards just not being good. This is a very tough match for us. These are probably a little bit better on the play. These don't do a whole lot. Like, it's hard for us to beat these decks like that because we only have 4 removal spells in our deck, so. Anytime they draw consistent threats, we just lose. But the problem with that deck is it doesn't draw those consistent threats a large percentage of the time. This hand's probably a keep. A pretty disappointing one, but probably one. Like, Bristling Hydra's kind of good versus them, but we don't even have the lands, and he has Hazard, so, like, Bristling Hydra doesn't just win. This hand's terrible. I agree. This hand's not good. That's the reason I paused. Well, our turn 2 threats aren't very good versus the deck with 4 shocks, some number of magma sprays, and some number of unsummons. Like, our 4 mana threat will, or our 2 mana threats will never do anything versus them. What we wanted to see was like a Harness Lightning or 2. What we wanted to see was Harness Lightnings. should have played the Effer Hub there, because I could have drawn a game trail. I constantly make that little mistake. Like something I pretty routinely do. It is. Well, we may be fast enough to beat them. In fact, we can deal 20 next turn, depending on what they have. So dealing 20 next turn's probably enough. He could have counter spells and stuff though. He could have blockers. So like the 20 next turn's not a guaranteed 20. But pretty much Bristling Hydras and Harness Lightnings are your best ways to win this match. And then he even has Hazoret. So like the Bristling Hydras aren't great because of that. Alright. Byforce for Zera. Sure. Untap land would be pretty much the card that we want most in our deck right now. Wonder how his mana works out when he's got these in it. Untapped land? You're not an untapped land. He sideboarded it in for Pummeler. Well, I guess it's best to go for the kill. It's not really a mountain though, is it? I doubt they have negate. I don't know if it's worth it though. They have negate, they got me. I don't think waiting does a whole lot though, and I wouldn't have sideboarded negate in the match, so who knows. Alright. I agree. I even sideboard Pummeler out a large percentage of the time, so I'm not sold on By the Force being good here. I'm not sold on it being good at all. I do like the Hazarets to his deck. We'll have to think about putting Hazarets in our build. Prowess. So this was the build we came up with last. I wonder if his Hazarets are main or side. You're definitely going to have to think about playing that card. Cool. Thank you again, Moto, for constantly moving this window. Appreciate it, Moto. This hand's not keepable. This hand's not good, so we'll keep it. Bottom. Oh, thanks you again. Thanks people for following tonight and watching and all that. I know there's a lot of other good streamers on that are probably playing more interesting decks than me, but definitely better players than me. But if you're curious about any time that I go live or what deck list I play, you can click down below and find out our sweet Twitter link. On my Twitter link, there's also a link to my YouTube where I post all of these VODs. So they played Mountain. Mono Red is our worst match. So let's second Mountain, definitely some kind of Mono Red deck. I'm gonna go ahead and play the Servant because A, I don't really care if it kills when we already have or dies when we already have 4 mana, and B, it gives me energy to use this. That makes that would make like a shocker or whatever not be able to kill this thing. And on top of that, like if it's just a if he just doesn't have anything, we can get lucky. And it looks like we got lucky. So we're playing versus Mono Red Eldrazi. So Fault Seer is a pretty good draw here. Or a pretty good play here. I guess technically it's not a draw at all. I need to urinate. Oh, well, that was a good draw. So we're definitely just going to smash with this thing for 4 now. And then reevaluate what we do with the rest of the turn. I guess it's not 4. He'll probably just block it. He didn't even block it with the Matter Reshaper. I'm kind of mind blown about that. Didn't even block it with the Matter Reshaper. Interesting, family. Figured he might would have chump blocked on that last turn. Okay, sure. So there's a Bringer of Glory. He's going to attack with only a Bringer of Glory. So we're going to save our dude. And we're going to get Froggy with some kind of attack. Going to get Froggy with some kind of attack. Depending on what blocks he makes, there's a good chance we can deal 12. Or at least a good chance to kill things. So that's 2, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. That doesn't do it. So this is blocking 5 here. Well, we're going to try to kill both of those things. Let me double count that. So this is 2, 6, 8, 9, 10, 11. Alright, so we're just going to kill both of those things then. And I can't save my guy no matter what, so I'm just going to deal additional damage with this guy. He goes into Tomb. We have 3 lethal threats. He probably can max play 2 things. Well, that is the 3 times in a row that I've killed Matter Reshaper that's hit a Matter Reshaper. Alright, that's Chandra. That doesn't stop what I have on the board. Sure. Alright, got there. Well, they have a lot of removal spells. I think Glory Bringers are good because of the Fault Seers. I also think the Harness Lightnings are good. I think the Sorcery Speed pumps are less than good here. And the Flings could be good. I'm not really sure. I'm going to try without them. And we're just going to run it back essentially the same way. Some argument that I should bring into Chandra's as well, but like playing my Chandra and zeroing it to kill a TKS or to kill a Hanawir and then like playing his Chandra and ticking it up and killing my Chandra just doesn't seem profitable in any manner. Guys. Guys. Oh, guys. Oh, guys. Oh, guys. This is like 2:30 a.m. where I live now. It's like 17 and a half hours to the Pro Tour. I'm getting more and more hyped. Double blossoming defense isn't really what I want. Voltaic Brawler's also not super good in this match. Alright, well that's exactly what I want. I want a Bristling Hydra. 17 and a half hours until we dance like there's no tomorrow. I always like to dance like there's no tomorrow, by the way. Well, hopefully whatever the removal spell is sorcery speed. That way it uses their mana on their turn. Let's talk PTQ. What PTQ? Let's talk PT. Alright, I will talk the PTs. I think my fantasy draft team is elite. I think my fantasy draft team is sweet. I can't believe I got a 7th pick Owen Turnwald. Or Turtonwaldy as I like to call him. I forecast people will tap lands and cast spells. You know what? You're probably smarter than us all. I also believe that's what's going to happen. Were you at page 3 at the time? Why didn't you just get Gunner to make your picks for you? So he has to take Glorybringer, which, isn't the worst for us because we have this little Fistling Hydra over here. So he kind of locks up the ground pretty good. Hopefully opponent doesn't have his own Glorybringer. Maybe game states like this are why I do want a Chandra. My Bristling Hydra does not attack very well into his Matter Reshaper, though. John trades? You're trying to tell me John trades. John don't trade. He doesn't ever want anything. What did you hit this time? Oh, look! Another Matter Reshaper. 4 times in a row because Moto has many bugs. Many bugs. I didn't... Thank you, Moto. John has a lot of things. He just never wants anything. What in the world did you have that he wanted? I try to trade with John all the time, and John's like, no, I don't want it. Alright. Our opponent's tapped out. I don't know why we're setting in our upkeep. Not sure why we're setting in this upkeep. You don't have any modern cards. If you had modern cards, I would have already tried to get them from you. Alright. Well, We will play them. I'm going to save a point of damage. I need Gideons. I have Abrupt Decays in my binder, I think. So this is looking pretty bad for us. We've not drawn a removal spell. But then again, we don't have that many removal spells, so... Really? Alright. I guess you can kill your team? To kill the cards that I don't want on my team? I definitely want your Ancestrals, if they're real. I mean, it's definitely a bug. He probably won't hit it now, but like, it's 4 out of 4 on the first Matter Reshapers. Matter Reshaper's so much better on Moto than it is in paper. Maybe we should only be playing Blue Eldrazi on Moto. Blue-Red Eldrazi. Alright, what'd you get? Oh, what do you know? Another Matter Reshaper. 5 out of 5. I can't really even block. Oh well, I guess I can block if he's doing that. So I can... Bet he don't hit it on the next one. Well, he currently doesn't have the lands to play as one thing, so... I mean, it's a Moto bug. And he hit a Glorybringer there, so I don't think I have an out. It's definitely a Moto bug. So if he's bringing in Swelders versus me, these may be a little bit better, but I think I'm just going to run it back as is. Yeah, I'm just going to be on the play. Well, this is a keep. It's not a particularly good hand. Yeah, the Moto Shuffler's messed up, and people... I mean, like, you can see that it's evidently messed up. But, like, people still are like, no, man, it's the Moto... Like, no, the Moto Shuffler is broke, friends. There's a reason that it's not good. I could have played the Brawler this turn, but I would rather have it on a turn that I can hold up Blossoming Defense to try to make him blink on one spell. I would also rather him tap mana on his turn 3 than worry about him tapping mana on his turn 2. Alright, so I'll play it this turn. I will even protect it with the Blossoming Defense if given the chance. Red deck wins is going to be incredibly good at the Pro Tour, and Monument decks are going to be incredibly good at the Pro Tour. And decks with Champion of Wits, I'm assuming the zombie decks and just base emerged, or, well, I'm assuming just emerged decks in general. Save our dude, stop him from getting energy, so if he wants to kill the Brawler on this turn, he's got to waste his turn to kill it. If he wastes his turn to kill it, we're pretty fine with that. Because then we get to bring out the Hydra that bristles. Sure. Am I willing to block? Oh, I guess I'm not given the opportunity to. Pretty easily would have blocked. Pretty easily going to attack as well. Not going to give it trample because I want 2 activations to save this guy. But attacking's pretty easy, especially when we know that there's Swelter the Suns in his deck. I don't know. It doesn't beat red deck wins, I don't think, consistently. But a lot of things beat red deck wins. Alright, that card does nothing. Red Rover, send that attack force on over. I mean, it's not terrible versus Monument, but Monument has Selfless Spirits, and some monuments have Archangels, which I think all monuments should have Archangels, but that's beside the point. It's beside the point what I think. I think I can. Choo choo. Alright, well, we get to attack. Probably even get to deal an extra damage to 5. Okay, what's happening here? Nice. So don't care if he kills this thing. We have a backup thing. Short. Still have a bunch of energy. So our thing next turn will be able to attack through even reality smashers. I need to go tinkle. I wish our opponent would play a little bit faster. Even if he has like Hour of Devastation, our Bristling Hydra survives it right now. Alright. I counter that. Oh my, he attacked for 3. It's kind of interesting. Sure. Mardu Vehicles is a real deck right now. Mardu Vehicles is a very real deck right now. I wouldn't be shocked at all if Mardu Vehicles was a winner. Yeah, so that's a Bringer of Glory. So he's going to exert it on this, I assume? So I can spend 9 energy if I choose and save the guy, which would leave me 6 energy. Which 6 energy is still a 12-point attack. I believe that's fine to save it. Makes Reality Smasher better, but we still win if we draw anything that gives it trample. That doesn't give it trample, so we do force him to block this, though. Which means we get in a good amount of damage with the other two. Because if he doesn't block it, he's just dead. Goes down to 11. So, any, that's a Swelter. Again, I can save it this time, but I don't think it's worth saving it this time. Saving it this time doesn't do a whole lot. Yeah, saving it this time doesn't do a whole lot. And that's clearly going to be a pretty insane card here. Gonna pump it up 1, and it does 16, which means it's lethal on the following turn, and Harness Lightning can kill out a blocker, so. One, two, three. He didn't draw Matter Reshaper, so looks like we're good to go this game. We're G2G friends. Man, we tested some Dream Stealer. It didn't go out particularly well. Alright, so he didn't exert. We just kill this and we're lethal on board. Yeah, all the desert lands are great. Alright, anyway, we're 2-0 in this event, 5-1 on the day. I have to go urinate. I'll be gone less than 2 minutes. Like the restroom's just next door, so you guys chat. I'm actually entertained that you guys are chatting. People chatting is great. But anyway, BRB in 2 to 3 minutes. Nice, somebody just commented on one of my YouTube videos. I like it that people are actually watching my YouTube videos. Yeah, the deserts have been insanely good. I'm a huge fan of the deserts. I don't know if I think mono red will win, but I do think some of the better teams will be on mono red. Even the black one's good. I got paired versus a mono black Eldrazi deck, and like I was playing green black energy, and he just cast Blighted Fin and the -2/-2 land, and I was just like, man, all of my threats are so useless now. But if everybody builds sideboards for that deck, how are they going to beat God's Pharaoh? Because, like, if people sleep on this deck will win. If people sleep on this deck has a high chance of winning. Maybe not this 75, but I mean the general just God Pharaoh's plan. Like, this deck is pretty solid. It's pretty weak versus mono red, but if somebody can figure out how to beat mono red, if somebody can figure out how to beat mono red with this deck, I would play this deck the rest of the season without even thinking twice. But like, I've tried these Sun Scourgers, they don't do anything. I've been trying. I've tried the Aerial Responder, and it didn't do much. I just can't beat mono red. There might be some kind of 3-color build of it or something that does. I've not experimented in those regards, but anyway. So Moto moved our window again. We'll scoot it back over here. I have not tried Ballista. I probably should try Ballista. I didn't really want to try Ballista because it's like 2 mana to kill 1 threat when Sunshine Forger just felt like it could gain me 2 life, kill a threat, requires a removal spell, and even if they do kill it, it immediately comes back from the graveyard as a 4/4 and gains me 4 more life. Like the Sun, the Wide Champion just seems like it should have worked, but it wasn't good enough. This hand is the by far best hand we've had tonight. It's just the by far best hand we've had tonight. Depending on what type of deck our opponent's playing, which, depending on what land he shows us, will determine on which one of these we play. He showed us this land. This is our worst matchup, so we're going to play just a Voltaic Brawler because A, we don't care if he uses a removal spell, and B, he can't use a Earthshaker on it. So, if he uses a removal spell, he's probably not adding to the board. He can't use an Earthshaker on it. I will beyond happily trade it for a Gorger if given the opportunity. And then next turn we can play the slightly better one. And we will have Blossoming Defense back up now. So we're still protected versus Kenra. We're protected versus the Crasher. And we have a Cub. Alright. So, yeah. You do not have a good attack opponent. Obviously make it a 3/3 to bounce his ability. Yeah, but I also think Michael Jacobs I have the most respect. I have more respect for Michael Jacob than probably anybody on the planet. I legitimately think he's one of the best players that plays Magic, but he doesn't keep up with the standard format. So, like, just because he likes them doesn't necessarily make me agree with him. If he played more standard, I would follow him blindly. But like for example, he thinks mono red's very, very bad because he's like mono red just loses the Fragment Inspector, but that's just not true. They say green black aggro does, and I've had good success with blue white monument. Cartouche. Alright. So you're going to cartouche me. Alright, well, I definitely want to block, so I'm willing to trade this for anything he'll let me trade it with, especially if I'm getting to kill something else. Even the guy who top 8'd the Open and top 8'd the Classic, Rossum, I think's his name. Is Rossum his name? Mike Rossum, maybe? Awesome Possum's his name on Moto. Or on Twitter. No, it's John Awesome. Sorry, I'm an idiot. But anyway, he mentioned like apparently the champion is one of the things that can swing it. He did lose to mono red in the finals though. He did lose to mono red in the finals, so mono red may be a favorite. Like, yeah, Sunscourger champion. That card is insane. It's just so good. So this is where one of our problems comes in this match. Like, we have all these little dudes that can block and stuff, but like, I can't really ever attack. Actually, I probably can attack now. So he's got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. And I have these things. So, like, I'm not close to dead. Yeah, we're getting rowdy. All of my things require at least 2 things to block. So, like, he can't even clear the whole board here. And we can save something with this blossoming defense if we feel like it. So, like, we can just save that guy. That seems insane just to save that guy here. See you, Tyler. Thanks for stopping by. I appreciate it, man. I still have that sexy Russian gear Hulk you traded me. Pretty big fan of the sexy Russian gear Hulk. He's got to tap another mountain. Tap a mountain, dead. Alright, well, we got lucky and we beat our worst match, so that's great. And this match has been so bad for me that previously I've been bringing in the full conversion board. I've been bringing in the damn mangle horns and everything because some of them have scrap heap scroungers, but worst case scenario, like they kill a Beaumont courier and can block or make a Beaumont courier not attack for a turn. But I tried playing mono red some, and the mono red players were just leaving in electrostatic pummeler and all this pump stuff versus me and just killing me. So now I'm a little confused and don't actually know what to do. I have to feel like this stuff's just not good, especially on the draw, right? Like this stuff just can't be good on the draw, can it? Oh, I am beyond jealous, man. So we know we want this. These are 3 mana, and they survive shock and magma. These are okay. And these are a little slow, but I think they can steal a game for you. Probably don't want 2 of these in your opening hand. Well, the tracker's really, really bad, though. I really don't want the tracker. It soaks up a spell or maybe dies. We're going to try this. I might try to pummeler on the play. But again, only having 4 removal spells makes us very, very bad versus all of these aggro decks. What do we got here? So we have a turn 2 attune. Now I guess we have to keep a turn 2 cub. We have 2 turns to draw land, and we can just start playing a threat every turn of the game and hope it's enough. Forest would be a good draw. Not a forest. Well, we get to play a threat every turn of the game, hopefully. And hope it's enough. And have better sideboard. Shots have been called. I like my sideboard. My sideboard's got this sweet little conversion package. I probably at this point need to get rid of my conversion package. A braid has happened. So it'd be nice still just to draw some kind of land. Hey Brunson, how are you doing tonight? Well, we missed a land for 3 draw steps, so that's not great. What type of work do you do? And are they giant spiders trying to eat you there? Incendiary flow. Goodbye, my friend. You will be missed. And alright, we're dead. Doing pretty well. Doing pretty well. Having fun. No giant spiders at work. I've saw too many movies about Australia, man. I don't know if that's trustable. Just gonna run it back. I'm not gonna try to pummeler plant. I don't care if it's beat me. In my mind, it just doesn't make sense. Oh, that's pretty sweet. I did that for a little while when I was in college. Oh, you guys know each other. I guess you're talking about something real. All I did was like phone tech support. I was one of those people. I was one of those people that read off of a teleprompter. Paid good though. I liked it. It was kind of fun. No, never stay home. You'll have plenty of quiet nights when we're no longer on this earth. Sounds reasonable. I have a removal spell and I have a long tusk cup, so. And I have this if we can get to here. How can I touch your butt? Give us that booty, cutie. I think this hand's fun. I'm going to play the Sheltered Thicket, even though it would be reasonable to cycle it. I just don't think I'm going to. He put a card on top. That's real bad for me. 2 sprays, 2 shocks, 4 hellions, 2 cat snakes, Phoenix with landfall, insult, cage fury, blazing volley. I would have 2 Chandras, but no money. That's fair. What are your tougher matches with the way you sideboard? Like, what do you struggle with? Is there any matches you don't like at all? I think build this match says attacking, but I won't swear, which is the reason I did it there. We're absolutely wrecked, friends. We can't beat this spell ever with Fire Deck. Can't beat this spell ever with Fire Deck. Can't beat this spell ever with Fire Deck. We dead, boys. I guess I have to be greedy. If he's got a shock or something, great. It might stop him from adding anything else to the turns. Alright. He had the shock. And if he has an abrade, we're probably just dead? Sweet. He had no abrade. If he has a Hazoret, we're just dead. I could have played 2 threats there, but like the 2 threats, any shock, any magma spray, any incendiary flow stops the 2 threats from mattering. So like anything that stops like a cartouche would have stopped that. So I think it's just better to get the big threat out and then potentially attack on the following turn. But I'm not sure about that. I could have, but then if he'd had an incendiary flow, I would have been in bad shape. So, like, there wasn't any good play around there. They all played around different cards, and he's just as likely to have any amount of those cards in his hand. Incendiary flow, yeah. Or he could have drawn an abrade, or he could have just had a cash cropper. If he had if he had the thing that makes it not be able to my face, interesting. If he had the thing that makes it not be able to block, I wouldn't have used the energy at all, for example. Just wasn't a particularly good option. They all played around completely different things. Not going to attack this turn either, probably. Our life's too low. If he has land, Hazoret, we're going to lose the game no matter what happens. So I just want to protect from as much damage with the skyship as we can. It's pretty hard for him to now get past my stuff. Yeah, that Incendiary Flow really makes me think he had a Hazoret in his hand. Well, so he's got another Kiev in his hand, I guess? Or he potentially has a Build the Smash? Alright. I guess we'll do this and hope that he doesn't have stuff. The tracker had to die either way if I was going to prevent damage, which I'm trying to prevent as much damage as possible. And a braid and a shock would absolutely... Well, I guess the shock wouldn't bother me that much. And a braid would suck. Alright, so we'll try to save this guy. He could easily have a spell here. He could be able to kill the Hydra here, for an example, but... So what's he doing? He's trying to kill that. Alright, well, we'll pump it up again. This way the skyship still dies even if he has the braid. I guess I didn't need to give it the second one. It was going to die either way. But I was still kind of afraid to build the smash. I didn't want to just get builded and lose. I didn't have enough energy to protect that guy either way, so didn't lose any value on that. No Hazoret, please. Village Messenger doesn't do anything. I don't know if I should be playing around Build to Smash, but Tom Ross's, is Tom friggin' Ross, so like everybody and their mom's gonna copy from Tom friggin' Ross. And he's a big fan. I actually don't think Build to Smash is even very good in the deck, and he's already showed us Cartouche, so the odds of him having Build to Smash are like incredibly low, but like I still just don't want to lose to it when I think I'm in good shape. Maybe I'm not as in good a shape as I think I am though, so. But all of those weird blocks are me playing around a card that I probably shouldn't have played around. I think I'm going to attack with both now. I need to play a Blossoming Defense this turn anyway, and even if he has a Hazoret, I don't think me going to 11 changes much. It's just trying to get him dead now. Seeing what happens. I'm going to throw it on this one and not the other one because he could have a shock. So land Hazoret and we're not in good shape. Well, it's not a Hazoret. Trial of Zil. Alright, well, Trial of Zil does things. I guess we save this guy? He's still a decent blocker? Gonna hold the land. We have tireless trackers in our deck, so. I think we just had a very good hand versus him. I guess playing to one land wasn't bad because it's. I could have played one land because there's not a lot of chance that I'd get to play 2 clues, I don't think. Alright, so that's going to do 4 damage to my dome. Or, not 4 damage to my dome because he only has 3 lands, rather. He has to block, so any Glorybringer, any removal wins. Alright, so you can see that we've got the lucky win over Riddle Form, and we got the lucky win over Mono Red this league. Feeling pretty good about that, and we've locked up a minimum of a pity chest, which feels absolutely wonderful considering that we're down roughly 800 play points since Saturday. We've been on a massive losing spree. Yeah, the flow to our face was aggressive. Aggressive, my friend. I did not like the flow to our face. Probably don't win that game if there's no flow to no face. Alright, I'll move this thing back over here. Lord, there's so many people streaming tonight. Thank you, man. Appreciate you stopping by. Take care. Have a good look at your local game store. This hand's pretty terrible too, but I believe it. Don't really think I can mulligan a Lone Tusk Cub on 2. It's just good versus too many decks. Both of these cards were kind of already mulligans. Rip. Bad draw versus the red deck. I guess we lose. I'm going to play this one first because whatever I play is likely to die, and this gives me an energy to play around Shock on the following turn. Maybe I even draw Blossoming Defense and the Lone Tusk Cub does Lone Tusk Cub like meow type things. He is the prettiest of kitties. The little Lone Tusk Cubaroo. Meow. But yeah, we're pretty wrecked. We mulligan and we have double larger than life, which is just abysmally bad in this match. Blossoming Defense would give us some chance, maybe. But probably not. Well, if our opponent has absolutely nothing whatsoever, I mean literal nothing, we have cards that do things. Sure. Yeah, we will not block that because it's at the moment keeping the courier from killing me. Ooh! If opponent doesn't have another removal spell, opponent's one effort hub away from being dead skis. We're going to assume opponent has a removal spell, though. If he doesn't have a removal spell, we have 4 attunes and we have 4 effort hubs to go to have an insane chance. Tapping 2 mana and nice. So he's clearly going to sack this, I guess. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Not dead. So we have 8 outs. 8 outs. 8 outs. What do you got? That'll do, pig. That'll do, pig. I don't know why I'm saying that'll do, pig. I heard it in a movie somewhere. We absolutely ninja'd this game. Ninjarini. I literally feel like I'm a ninja at the moment. We did it, fam. We did it. I still don't think these cards are any good. I don't care if it worked. There's just no way these cards are good. You get out of my deck too, you little duder. Especially not on the draw. Maybe on the play, but especially not on the draw. Oh, we did things and it worked. That was a nice draw. We should thank our opponent for wishing us good luck. Now, we'll keep. This hand's not very good. Our opponent kept faster than anybody I've ever saw on Moto. He defied space-time to keep that hand. Ooh. The Manglehorn going to do the things that Manglehorns do this game? I like the fact that versus Mono Red, Manglehorn can kill a creature and block. Goodbye, little Voltaic Brawler. Our opponent kept on one lander, and we are in the process of getting browned. What? He has no 2-drop? What is the green shrine? I don't know what the green shrine is, so I'm going to say I have not tried that. Yes, I would like to remove your Beaumont Courier. Why, yes. The Beaumont Courier was so good. That's ridiculous. I am absolutely amazed about how good little Beaumont was there. I have not tried that. I'm actually going to kill this thing. He's down to 3 cards in his hand. I think that gives him a lot of. I think that gives him way too much loving with this card. Because he would get an attack in next turn, whether I play the Cub or the Glory. Sure, it exerts the Glory and it sucks. I have not tried that, but that's kind of an interesting idea. The Monument Cycles in general are pretty nice. Like they're not bad. I think our opponent had a Hazard in his hand the entire last game and was just trying to get us low enough that he could use it. I think that's the reason he flowed our face again this game too. Alright. Well, we got lucky and we've beat 3 very bad matches this league. I guess I can't be too upset that we lost a very good match last league then. Alright, well boys, we've locked up our 5th chest for today. And I gotta tell you, winning feels good. Winning feels good. I have not tried that. I love the elephant though. I have nicknamed that elephant Dumbo because like there's a movie called Dumbo Drop, Operation Dumbo Drop, and that is cool. Oh, thank you for stopping by too, Dirty Seabag. My chat may be a little too friendly for me to say Dirty Seabag too many times. Psy KNZ, thank you for following, even though I know that you said you're gone already. Just hype. Yeah, that locked us up a 5th chest for this league, or a 5th chest for tonight. So no matter what, we've basically scored a 3 entry and a half if we keep playing friendlies. I like to play competitive leagues personally, but I've been bleeding off money so much lately that I figured we'd step it down into the slower bleed. On top of that, I believe that if I'm going to stream and I'm going to play, it's 3:22 a.m. here. For some people that would be early, and for other people that would be late. But the reason that I'm a little conservative on the chats is because the Magic community is so PC. Like, See, my goal here is to trick you people into giving me money for very small amounts of entertainment and very small amounts of effort. So, if I'm more PC, I can appeal to a larger number of people to trick into giving me money. I would like to point out that I've not tricked anybody into anything yet, and it makes me sad. And I'm also just kidding. I could give two craps whether anybody ever gives me a penny, but it's funny to say. I like to go to other people's chats and say, why are you streaming when you're not taking up money? Oh, for anybody who cares, by the way, there's a link to my Twitter down below. And on my Twitter, you'll find every deck list and when I go live, and a link to my YouTube if you feel like watching any of these unedited streams. I gotta be honest, I would probably cut myself before I watched an unedited stream, but hey, people watch them. People like different things. Maybe you'll like them. I hope you don't. Please don't. Our emote has still not been approved. Apparently it's going to take forever, which is disappointing. Because we could be spamming that emote a lot tonight. A 4-0 versus a 1-2. That's a nice pairing algorithm. Hey, holy crap. We didn't have to readjust a window. Oh my god. Anyway, we'll keep. I like how I never have once typed that in my entire life. I never even put that in there. I think Corey put that in there for me. Which we appreciate it, Corey. I don't think I've personally typed it because I'm lazy and there's a good chance I would just forget the command anyway. So this hand's pretty reasonable. Can't believe Moto didn't change our screen. Oh, good lord, is this going to be Mardu? Mardu is a rough match. I'd like to go ahead and get this guy out versus Mardu. Because versus Mardu, I really want them to use their removal spells so that they die to an electrostatic pummeler. Well, he didn't cast a spell. And he didn't use a main phase removal spell on our electrostatic brawler. So I think there's a reasonable chance here that he might be trying to do it now. And in which case, timing is going to be everything. I stand apologize. He did not have a removal spell. I'm not going to cycle the Sheltered Thicket. Oh, huh, okay. He has a cycle of his own land. That's nice. I don't know. I would have saved a Brawler. I don't put much stock in these pummelers whatsoever. Alright, so now he's running the same play back, which confuses me. Maybe he's like some kind of control deck and I just don't know what deck he's playing. Sure, we will pump you up. Well, now we're just confused. I'm going to go ahead and play a Pummeler here. He could still have a removal spell, but he can't kill them both. And if he untaps and has Gideon next turn, our Glorybringer, our Trogdor does all sorts of things versus that. Yeah, if our opponent just doesn't play spells this entire game, we probably have some kind of chance. Swelter. Alright, well that isn't something that was even remotely on my radar. So our opponent is not playing Bringers of Glory. Or our opponent is not playing Mardu, he's playing a control deck. I have a Blossoming Defense and an Invigorated Rampage, so we're just going to go with this instead of casting the Glorybringer. If he taps out, he's gotten. If he does a number of things, he's gotten. If he has double removal spell, it's kind of bad for me. He could have a lot of things that are pretty bad for me right now, to be honest. So he has a Deccan Stone. We'll try to save it with the Blossom. Well, that was successful. I think we're going to go for it. Do we go for it and time walk ourselves? He's not had a removal any other turn of the year. Huh. It's kind of an interesting spot. If he's playing Mardu Control and he's already showed a Swelter to Sun, there's a good chance he has Fumigates and stuff too. So if I just play like a Glorybringer or a Bristling Hydra, I'm kind of asking to lose. I think we're going to go for it. Like, he could have Blessed Alliance our Voltaic Brawler and he didn't over 2 turns. Think we're going to go for it. If he goes forward, it's still not... If we go forward and miss, it's not that bad for us, right? What's worse? This thing dying this turn and us losing 2 cards, or us dealing 1 damage playing a Bristling Hydra and getting them both killed? We'll go for it. I think this is better. I think this is better for us than the other things. Alright, so he's got a Blessed Alliance. Great. I still think that was better for us. Like, he'd had 2 different opportunities to play a removal spell like that this game. And us losing 2 spells to Fumigate just seems like the game's over. I guess we don't have the energy to protect this now, which kind of sucks, but... He's also got Doomfalls, which can just kill this. I'm assuming he's a Goblin Dark Dweller deck. So yeah, he's a Goblin Dark Dweller deck. So I'm pretty sure this game's over. Well, I thought we had a good draw. Maybe he doesn't play Fumigates. I'm not going to use the Lightning Harness because one of our only chances to win might be drawing a Pummeler still. Nahiri. Fine. I think that card's pretty medium. Still gonna attack it because he ulted me. Him getting to ultimate and getting a Limvala or something would be backbreaking. I don't think we're dead yet. I just think we're in real bad shape. He's killing that, is he? Alright. Still not going to use my energy. I'm just going to take an additional 4. No creature. We done here. I feel like this has to be kind of a good match for us. So we're going to do the full conversion. These things are good. These things are good. These things are fine. And these things have poor power, so they're fine, but they're not great. But they can trade with Goblin Dark Dwellers if we're attacking in. Point is here just to be a little bit bigger and a little bit slower. Kind of sucks that we sideboarded in 6 creatures that can die to a Sweltering Sun, but we did sideboard 4 back out. This sounds great. Hands literally everything we want in this deck. Quite literally everything we want. Hopefully he doesn't have a Fatal Push and we can just try to get this Chandra on play on turn 2. Or turn 3 rather. It is the go. Well, the go is successful. I think it's better to play this than a creature that just gets 2 of my things killed by the Swelter. Kind of make him need a cast out like this. So that's all the lands we've showed him. The Servant will start attacking for 2 basically the rest of the game now. I'm never going to put more than 2 creatures on the board at one time. And we're just going to try to grind, friends. So uptick Chandra first, because we might hit a Tireless Tracker. Did not hit a Tireless Tracker. We're going to use this thing and go get another Forest then. We're going to do the attacky for 2 thing. Don't care if he kills this. We don't need the mana for anything. Then we're going to play this thing. And see if we can force some kind of Wrath of God out of him. If he does have a Wrath of God, we get to play 2 threats on the following turn, like a Swelter or something, I mean. So, we get to pop this thing up again. Play this thing, get a clue, and then play this thing. So now even if he has a cast out or a way to kill the Chandra, we got at least 1 clue. We might get a second clue and we'll get a fairly decent attack. Because it's hard for him to beat the Chandra and the board both on this particular draw step. Alright, well he figured it out. He takes up his own Chandra, does damage to our Chandra, but we at least get to kill his Chandra. So, like, we're still playing, boys. Actually it's better just to take up my Chandra first, I think. Lets me make better decisions on what we do with his things. Do I want the Servant? Not really. I guess we'll do the damage to the Chandra. Tap these 2. We're just not playing another threat this turn. No more than 2 threats at one time, but we're looking for a land to get another thing off the tracker. Technically, we were lethal, but we didn't know that we'd drawn the Blossoming Defense. Maybe we should have drawn the Blossoming Defense. Maybe we should have drawn our card with the Blossoming Defense first. Oh man, I just missed all sorts of lethal on board. I had this Oasis too. Jesus Christ, I'm bad. Jesus Christ, I'm bad. Missed lethal in 2 different ways that turn. Wow. At least nobody in chat's yelling at me for being dumb. And we're going to win anyway, so at least we're not punished by being dumb. Not punished by being dumb. That's always my favorite. Wow, I can't believe I did that. That's insanity. That's just pure me stupid. That was very, 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 very bad of me. Never punished feels bad, man. Hey, you can't call punt if I noticed it and you didn't. It's only a punt if you guys noticed it. Nah, I'm kidding. I don't care. Yeah, that was a punt. You can put like 37 punts down there. I put 413 punts down there. I wonder if our emote works yet. Nope, the emote still does not work. Our hand last game was insane. Gish. This hand's not good, but we have a turn 2 threat and a Hydra. I guess we have to keep it. This hand is not good at all. Alright, that improved the hand a decent amount. The little Lone Tusk Cub improved our hand a decent amount. They showed us a swamp. Go ahead and grab that energy. And providing... Oh, he's finally got a spot removal spell. Wow. We are shocked. That is the first spot removal spell we've saw. Pretty shocked by that, to be honest. Does he have a second spot removal spell? Wow. So he is playing these cards that we would have no idea he's playing because he's not showed them to us in any manner yet. And if you've never cast a Cub, I feel like you're missing out. Alright, so here's kind of an interesting idea. I think it's better to play the Bristling Hydra because it requires him to have more robust answers for it. If he plays like a Goblin Dark Dweller, it does nothing. Swelter the Sun does nothing. Doomfall's the only card that matters on this board. So Fumigate matters too, obviously, but you could have Blessed Alliance. We play around Blessed Defiance by casting Glorybringer, and then we can kill his Chandra, which is fine. Obviously not ideal because we have to use all of our energy, but can't have double Blessed Alliance because he showed us he only has one planes. So attack. Attack this thing with Chandra, attack this thing with him. That seems okay. Not sure what else he could have that kills the Bristling Hydra this turn. So he's going to tap 4 mana. And then he'll be down to 1 card in hand. We'll still have... Alright, so we're going to use this to put a +1/+1. We're going to use this to put a +1/+1. And then we're going to sacrifice this. So we kill this Planeswalker, which is good for us. Now he could have a lot of things that kills our Bristling Hydra right now. He could just have a lot of things that kills our Bristling Hydra right now. Including just like another Blessed Alliance, including a Doomfall, including a Tutor Slaughter. But we get Chandra out, so that's something. Leave this mana up in case we hit a Brawler. Sure. We'll attune and go grab a land because this thing's never going to get to ultimate anyway. He's got 24 life. He's going to be gaining 2 life a turn with the Shambling Vents. So it seems like kind of futile to try to win with just this. He's got a Dark Dweller that gains 2 life? Oh no, sacrifices or a Planeswalker. Gotcha. So now we need to draw a Harness Lightning. Harness Lightning is best draw now. That's not a Harness Lightning. Interesting. Well, I believe it's not worth it to kill the Goblin Dark Dweller, but he showed us discard spells, so maybe it's worth it. Interesting. I don't know if it's worth it or not. I guess it's worth it. If he didn't have the Shambling Vents, I could have just ticked up, but he showed us 2 Slaughters. He showed us Doom Falls. So, like, trying to get more value out of this and just killing something is probably unreasonable of me. I'm probably just looking to draw Bristling Hydras now, or Tireless Trackers now. The second Shambling Vents is going to be a problem. The 10th land and 18 cards isn't very helpful either. So yeah, we really need to draw Tireless Tracker now. That's our last card advantage engines. Well, at least the Doomfall bricked. But it shows that holding it wouldn't have did anything, so that's good that we got Deshandra. We got what value we could get out of Deshandra at least. So Tireless Tracker, please. You're not a Tireless Tracker. I mean, we're 4-0. We're 4-0 and drawing badly. I mean, versus a guy that's got Doom Falls, 2 to Slaughters, and Wrath of Gods. We still picked up a game versus him. We might have won round 1, or we might have won the first game of that and played poorly. But we're currently 4-0, and we're 1-1 in this match. We're probably going to lose this match. Definitely going to lose this match. We've also drawn 12 lands and 21 cards. By the way, we played your green black deck on stream last night and we went 1-6 with it. Like, I don't even understand that deck. The Dream Stealers were consistently bad. I consistently had mana issues. The Blossoming Defense never did anything for me. Like the 4th one, like drawing 2 never mattered. Anyway, so that's a 4-1 and a friendly. We're doing it, fam. The sideboard was odd. Like, we even lost to mono red. Well, these leagues are going fast, so I think we'll play one more. Actually, hell yeah. We didn't come close to winning. I did punt one game. We should have been at least 2-5. I did punt one game. I punted one game and got complete. It's the same gaff, the same deck. That's BS. This hand's not good versus him. I guess it's fine. We have Bristling Hydras. I don't know. He's real slow. Maybe the Bristling Hydras do something. This guy's going to cash a league, probably. I feel pretty decent versus this deck, I guess. I mean, there was a game where There was a game where we got to cast double blossoming defense on a dream guy and get every single card in our opponent's hand, and we still only beat him because he misplayed. When we milled him for 5, we were on to play and milled him for 5 on our turn 4. I'm gonna play this first because it's the threat I care the least about. And if he just has nothing, he's dead. I assume he'll have something. Well, that's kind of interesting. I guess we're just going to attack for 1. If he casts a removal spell on it, we'll kill him in response or whatever, but I don't think I've ever lost a game where I've connected with a buff Dreamstealer. Man, he was playing like mono black Eldrazi, and he just started drawing Eldrazi, and there was nothing. I just looked at him like, what? And we actually only won the game. We literally only won the game because we drew a Walking Ballista when our opponent was at 4. We held it, and then he paid life to a Glint Siphoner that I have no idea why he paid life for. And then when he did said thing, he just died to us untapping and winning. So we'll still game 1 versus this guy. I don't know why I'm saying still. Like we're like really far ahead. It's not close to stealing. 10. Attack for 10. Get Minotaur'd. Get Minotaur'd. Dreamstealer in theory seems good, but like he seems like he's bad versus mono red. He didn't seem like he did a whole lot versus the blue white monument decks. He didn't seem like he did a lot versus the teamer decks. Like a lot of decks were able just to play threats, like 2 threats pretty early. And like he often got 1 card and then no more. That didn't seem nearly good enough for me. And I'm not saying you're wrong. My sample size is small. I wasn't playing very good. Anyway, even though we comboed him, I don't think this combo-y stuff's particularly good versus him still. Like, I would never tell somebody they're wrong. I don't know enough to tell somebody they're wrong about Magic. Maybe these are okay. I don't know. I don't really want these, but sure. I'll leave 1 Pummeler in without any way to give it trample because that's just stupid. I don't want the lightning helix though. So like lightning harness, and he doesn't know how I'm sideboarding, so he still has to treat it like I have pump spells. All right, so we'll keep. I'm going to lead with the Brawler. He's playing, from what we can tell, only Goblin Dark Dweller, but he also has Nahiri in his deck, so I'm assuming there's a Limvala in it somewhere. Strictly because it has power. Literally just for its power and toughness. No other reason than the fact that it attacks. I want everything in my deck that I can possibly attack with because he's playing a deep control deck. Dreamstealer seems great. Like if I'd got paired versus any Gearhulk decks or anything like that, that Dreamstealer would have been literally insane. I just didn't get paired versus those decks. So I'm thinking maybe it's more of a sideboard card than a main deck. Like, again, you've played the deck, and Ginger's played the deck. I've not played the deck, so my random comments are kind of irrelevant. Like, my random comments mean nothing about the deck. If it was me, I would have been cutting, like, these 5 cards, though, from the main deck. Like, I wanted to cut the. What I wanted to try was these 5 cards gone, and I wanted, uh, like I got paired versus black green mirrors, right? And like their tireless trackers just come down and killed me. Like there was nothing I could do if I didn't have exactly to remove one hand that turn. He took a Lone Tusk Cub. I think Blue Red Emerge is pretty decent, but I'm a little afraid of like crooks being in people's sideboards and stuff. I don't know. Like the Dream Stealers are good in great matches. Like not having the tireless trackers seemed, but I played versus multiple black green opponents. You know, like you don't always play versus multiple black green opponents. And just it could entirely have been matchups. I lost to a mono red deck. I felt like I'm favored versus it, but Crook is just a bad card. I agree, but God's Pharaoh has much, much hype. The sad thing is, if he somehow didn't have a removal spell, we could kill him with that. The Blue Red Prowess deck is probably a bottom tier 2 deck, like on the bottom end of the tier 2. I think things can be done to it. I saw a guy that had Hazoret in his deck today, and the Hazoret was insane. Like the Hazoret was just like really, really, really good. Yeah, you know, like some. I'm not trying to say your match is bad. I'm just saying, or your deck's bad. I'm just saying, like at least the matchups I played versus, like it didn't seem particularly great versus just the decks I played. That doesn't mean the deck's bad. Scarab Feast is fine, but Scarab Feast can't be in every deck, and if you're not putting on a lot of pressure, getting 3 cards out of their graveyard will not beat them. You know what I mean? Like, what do we got here? Goblin Dank Dweller, and you're going to Doomfall me? That's fine. You probably take the Prowling Shepherd, I guess? Feel like this game would have been easy if we just had 2 lands over like any 2 spells at random from our deck. I'm going to play this one because this one can attack Frunahiri without help. How do I feel about red-green ramp? I don't think it's playable with mono red being so popular. If the blue decks and stuff are going to be popular, then I think it's really good. Well, that was a good draw. Are we done here? We done here. I'll be slamming red black aggro for Friday Night Magic. That's good. Oh, by the way, welcome, first time viewer. I'm going to assume the TX is from Texas, and I'm just going to call you Burger because Burger rocks. Yeah, you gotta have a lot of pressure to have the Scarabs. I'm just gonna run it back. He's obviously afraid of the Pummeler, even though the Pummeler by itself seems kind of irrelevant. I feel like we're a favorite versus this guy. We just have to draw lands and play spells. This is a keep, I guess. We have 2 turns to draw the land. I think if we draw land in 2 turns, we're in pretty good shape. Opponent mulliganed and kept bottom. He's just a mono removal deck that's playing 2 to Slaughter, the Doom thingy, and he's playing like at least Swelderings, and we can assume Fumigates on top of that. So basically just the fact that our opponent has a million removal spells, and the Electrostatic Pummelers aren't particularly great without without the pump spells, and I don't want the pump spells in my deck. And we missed our land again, friends. Well, I guess I'll just play this one. Gives me the best things to do on the following turn, but we're not going to win without the land drop, so. I don't think it was a mulligan. I had 2 turns to hit the land. Alright, so he's going to make me discard a card. I don't care about any card in my hand. It could have been a mulligan. I don't know. I don't like mulligan versus straight removal spells. I feel like I have to have more cards than them. Obviously, we missed a land drop, though, so we're probably just going to lose. Like, he's going to untap and slam a Planeswalker, and the game's probably just over, where we're taking off tempo. Well. Like, I have to play into his Wrath of Gods, and I have to play into his Swelders, so. So he has at least a mountain in hand. Fine. Definitely going to attack. Even going to pay the energy. He's got Swelders and stuff in his deck, so we're hoping that he uses a spot removal on this. Like, I don't think we're a land light deck. We would have had 20 lands plus 3 attunes in that spot. So, like, that's 24 over 2? 24 over 2 seems like a lot. Seems like I'm above a coin flip to hit on that. 5 mana. Oh, Glorybringer. Well, that's not good for me. It's the first Glorybringer we've saw in now 5 games or 6 games versus the guy. Gonna hold the land for the Tireless Tracker. Gonna play the tracker first, mainly because I want to play the land. I assume he's gonna have some kind of removal spell no matter what, so I figured anything dies except for the Bristling Hydra. But considering he has Wraths, 2 to Slaughters, and Doomfalls, I don't even think the Bristling Hydra survives that often. He still has 2 things in hand. I guess I'm gonna play the Pummeler. He'll use a removal spell on it, I think. I played a bigger threat. Smash. You could have a Blessed Alliance, that's fine. I don't know. Probably a misstep. He also has some number of discard spells in his hand. Or he has some number of discard spells in his deck. And, like, we just stone lose if he gets to Harness Lightning. Whereas, you know, if we're slow a turn on a tracker, we still have a chance to win. But, like, we just lose in the other regard. And we know he plays, so like he has 8 of this spell. He's got 3 more Doomfalls he can draw, and he's got 4 Goblin Dark Dwellers. So like us just discarding us having to discard that harness lightning just feels like we lose the game. Maybe I'm wrong. So he decided not to use a removal spell there? Sure. We'll pay 1 energy one time. I mean, that's assuming that he has nothing else in his hand, right? Like, he could easily just have another removal spell. His deck's mono removal spells. It could have been a play mistake. I'm not saying it wasn't a play mistake. I maybe should have paid more attention to it. To be completely honest, I wasn't even thinking about it at all. So he's not showed us a Fumigate, and this is the 6th game we've played. Let's see. He's not showed us a Fumigate in 6 games. I guess I'm just going to bash with the Glorybringer. If he's got a Fumigate, after all this time, he got us. Four. 2 to slaughter, so I'll sacrifice something of my choosing. I'll sacrifice this one, I guess. We will pay no energy. Alright, we'll sacrifice this one. I'll pump him up 1 for 5. I don't think I need that many ways to protect him. We have another Glorybringer. He could easily just have like a Dank Dweller now. Or another Doomfile, or another 2 to slaughter, or just... There's just tons and tons of options he could have. He's only got 1 card in hand, so we're going to try to bring more glory. I'm actually going to play the land too, just in case it's a spot removal. I don't think he's playing spot removal, but I'd rather have the Blossoming Defense just in case. Like, he has Nahiri. He probably has a Nixilis, and he probably has... we know he has Chandra, so... Discard a card and draw. That feels aggressive to me. 2, 3 mana. Target opponent exiles a creature he or she controls. We'll exile this one. He's tapped out, so... Alright, well, I'm going to pump this up 1. Because we're going to kill the Nahiri. Again, he's not showed me a Fumigate, so I'm just going to play the board. He's lethal, or we're lethal all sorts of ways next turn. The Electrostatic Pummeler's 12 by itself. Let's see what he has. It's probably lethal. I messed up with my sack spells. I could have killed a Hydra if I played differently. I probably should have went for the win. To be honest, I didn't realize what phase we were in because I was talking to old dude. I got tricked. I got tricked, friends. I don't think he can beat the board and Deshandra, though, so I don't think it's going to matter. That was a play mistake, too, if anybody wants to put the pun in. I didn't realize the phase. He sided out his Lost Legacy Eternal Scourge combo. Alright. I liked this deck a whole lot more before he told me that. I liked this deck a whole lot more before he told me he had those cards. I bet Mardu Control's playable, though. Like, the Mardu spells are pretty good. You probably have enough things to stop Mono Red from running over you. You have good sideboard options. Thank you for following Evan Woo 0128. Evan Woo. Yeah, we'll keep this hand. This hand's pretty good. Be interesting to see whether he's what I consider my best match or what I consider a good match. Gonna play the Ancient Hub instead of the Mountain because we can draw Game Trail. Could have also played this. It was actually probably better to play this. I think playing two threats on the next turn is worth playing this thing. Well, that's not the right click at all. Worth playing this thing, I mean. He's probably playing Monument. We won't say that he's 100. Okay, he is definitely not playing Monument, and we got to get in turbo mode now. God's Pharaoh's Gift in the grave, and we could just be dead. He doesn't have a creature yet, but he's going to get a creature pretty soon, so. Play this thing. Play this thing. There could be. I mean, I bring in my complete conversion package a lot. Like, a lot. So we're really wanting there to be no Angel here. An Angel messes with us. We still have this, though, which is pretty good. So we need to find a way to get one energy. Luckily, we get one energy from the board. Oh, we get one energy from that thing, too. Well, that's pretty decent. Just going to attack with it all. I'm going to give this guy +4/+0. And we're going to be gaining 4 energy back, so it's safe to go ahead and give him 1 more energy. And now, if he has Refurbish or whatever, we still can. He gains no life from the Angel. And we might be lethal next turn. I've not done the math. Should have did the math. Alright. Well, that doesn't change much. What do we got here? So we have a Gate to the Afterlife that does very little. So if I kill this, we'll have 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Yeah, it's like a million. Whatever. Kill this thing. He gains 1 to 12. I'd be real embarrassed if I did bad math. Hello, Windbear. How are you today? 4 of that thing. Use 1 energy. Energy that thing. Pump that thing. And that's 14. I don't know why I'm keeping on going. Hello, Mr. Windest of Bears. How are the Windest of Bears? Manglehorn seems reasonable versus him. I don't know why I'm saying Windest of Bears so much. Thank you for following Texas Whataburger. Yeah, that's your name. That's probably not how I pronounce that. It's probably not how I'm supposed to pronounce that at all. I don't think blossoming defenses are super good. The lightning harnesses are decent, but not great. The trample spells are decent, but not great. The draw, I'm going to shave 2 of these and 1 harness, I guess. Or 1, F that. Give me that. 1 defense. Windest Bear. 44. I'm going to pretend you're 44 years old and a Native American because apparently I'm racist. I blame the movie. I blame the Nick Cage movie with Christian Slater, Wind Talkers, because that's the only thing that's coming to my mind when I read the name Wind Bear. They sideboard in some number of Declaration of Stone. But I agree, they're not particularly good. They do sideboard in some number of Declaration in Stone, though. Typically in this match, if you draw a Pummeler, you just win, so, like, I don't want to give them 3 outs to a Pummeler. No, Wind Talkers is a damn good movie, by the way. It might be one of the last good movies Nicolas Cage just did. Yeah, this is a pretty fun deck. I'm actually thinking Chandras might be able to be cut out of the sideboard now. Chandras are the expensive cards on this Magic Online program. I'm not actually super familiar with the paper play or the paper prices. Ooh, I got another YouTube comment. Oh, which reminds me, new people down below. There's a link to my Twitter. On the Twitter, every time I go live and all the deck lists I play are there. On the Twitter, there's also links to my YouTube. They can, but we have like 4 ways to give it trample. You generally get there. Maybe I shouldn't take out the larger than life. The larger than lifes come back in on the play, by the way. The larger than lifes do come back in on the play. So we'll keep this, and if we draw one of our improvised visions, this game's just going to be over. He might be able to beat 1, but he's not going to beat 2, so we just have to draw visions at this point. Go ahead and play that, get that, use this. Go get a second green because we sideboarded out the double red spells. Social, Twitter, YouTube. I have no idea what any of that stuff means, but thank you for adding it. Alright, so he had his good card. We'll play this little thing. This little thing can do little things. Showed him that. Like I said, this little thing can do little things. Oh, hello. How are you today? Attack. Go get him, fam. He didn't block. I guess we'll just store the energy. Because we have this. And providing him not playing anything, we have a turn 4 win. He could have a Declaration in Stone. He could have like a Dispel or something for this card. He could put multiple blockers out in front of this. But like providing none of that stuff, this guy just wins. So he has 3 points of toughness. We have 5, 10, 20, 22 points of attack. He'll block this and this. He's still dead. Command social. What's command? Is that the exclamation mark? Is command the exclamation mark? Untap land, and we go nutty. Alright, well, if my math's right, we just won, so. Attack. If I did it correctly, just type command into social and both. Alright. So, go ahead and give this guy +4/+0. Damn, only the Twitter part worked. Hey, I'm pretty... Corey Coolcat, by the way, is the stream manager for anybody who doesn't care. He's the guy that's responsible for our wonderful layout here and all of our graphics and all of our musics and GIFs and follower alerts and stuff. He's done a pretty good job. I think we should all thank him. He's also available to do work for other people if they need. You know, this stream's a wonderful example of the work he can do. Alright. 18. Like, if you just draw Pummeler, you typically win this match. If you draw Pummeler and a pump spell, you always win this match for the most part. Anyway, onward. So, we're 4-1, 7-3, 9-3 on the night. But we have moved down to friendly leagues for budgetary reasons. We need to win one match out of the next 3 to get our pity chest and be pretty happy. did misplay? Thank you for following Philip Hugo. Felipe Hugo? Felipe? Yeah, Felipe's probably right. I'm such a redneck, man. I'm sorry if I pronounce names wrong. I call them Ray-Banisms. Blossoming defense plus a pump spell. So this hand's a keep. Alright. Hopefully he's not too aggressive. Force would be nice. I don't want to take all of this damage. The bad matches are aggressive decks. These little red decks absolutely wreck you. These little red decks that play 4 spells absolutely wreck you. I'm going to go ahead and play this one because it's the... If he doesn't have a removal spell, it's the one that gives me the best chance of winning this game. If he does have a removal spell, that's one less removal spell he has for the Pummeler. And that gives us 2 turns to draw a like Effer Hub type ability. If he has the second removal spell, the game's over though. So if he doesn't have a second removal spell and we draw an Effer Hub, we just win. So between the he has a second removal spell, so I guess it didn't matter, and we just lose. If we were on to play, we would have harnessed Lightning and not cast the Servant, and then played the Servant on turn 3, and then played a Pummeler on turn 4, and always had the Blossoming defense up. But we weren't on to play, so we didn't have that option. These Oases did quite a bit of damage to us this game too. Anyway, so we have to just be dead. We're going to take 2 damage, and he's going to draw 8 cards, 9 cards for his turn, plus a card in his hand. Yes and no. I have the energy to do exactly 20, but like he could have had a chump blocker or anything. Alright, so we dead. Yep, this is your worst match. We were on to play, we probably still lose this game because he had 3 removal spells. The reason our match is so bad is because we only have 4 removal spells total. And when we only have 4 removal spells total, it's just really hard to beat what he's doing. The problem is, you could change the sideboard and add in more removal spells and stuff like that. But like, this entire like conversionary sideboard plan is what lets me beat like the blue-red decks and the black-green decks and the teamer decks and stuff like that. So like, to fix one match, I'm hurting myself in a bunch of matches. And I don't think that's worth it. So basically, I'm just sideboarding in anything that can try to block and or trade. The goal is to just hopefully like kill something on turn 1 and just try to trade, play Blissing Hydra, win. So like this hand's not good enough, they just have way too many removal spells. This hand's also not good enough, but I can't really go to 5, so we'll keep this hand, and we have to try to get super lucky, but we're probably not winning with this hand. Go ahead and lead with the Everhub. Maybe he'll think about Magma Spray. Doesn't really affect anything, but we've already got lucky and beat 2 little aggro decks tonight, so beating the third one's extremely unlikely, so not too upset if we lose here. Like, we knew coming in that like this matchup just isn't a matchup that we're likely to win. I think I updated this. Is this updated? Yeah, I did not update it. Alright, let me update this then. Sorry. Let me update this. Here we go. Yep. Doing it right now. Sorry about that. Add deck list. And ignore that teamer list. That teamer list is a pre-Hours of Devastation list. So that teamer list is very outdated. The Manglehorns aren't particularly good in this match, but they may be able to block, and they can kill Beaumont Couriers. He's running the Black Splash, so that means he's going to have Scrap Heap Scrounger in his deck, but yeah, he's mono black. Or mono red, sorry. And we've already taken half our life total on turn 3. And we have some blockers now, and he's kind of mana screwed, so there's some chance. Yeah, mono red's very, very good versus this deck. Cropper, we're gonna take 1 billion. We're gonna take 1 billion damage, friends. We're gonna take 1 million. What are you targeting? You're targeting this? Really? You're letting me do blocks. Oh, fam. Wait, that's just worse than that. Family let us do blocks. Happy days are here again. We're still probably dead. He has 4 cards in hand. Still probably dead. He has 4 cards in hand and we're going to 2. We have drawn 7 out of our 10 cards be lands though, so. So now any burn spell kills us the rest of the game. But, in theory, we ain't dead, friends. I mean, it takes a miracle to win. Blocking is not the way to beat this deck, but what else can we do? Well, that's true, but I can't play them in my deck. I agree 100%. That is why this is my worst match. There's nothing we can do to try to improve the match. Like, I can put a bunch of Magma Sprays and Shock type cards in my my sideboard, some Sweltering Suns on my sideboard, but if I do that, I'm going to lose to the blue Gearhulk decks. I'm going to lose to the black-green decks. I'm going to lose to the Teamer decks. So it's like, do I give up one match, or do I give up a potential bunch of matches? Well, this hand's slow, but we can play a turn 3 threat. Versus an unknown opponent, I don't think this is good enough. If we were playing versus just control, if we knew we were playing versus a control deck, I'd keep this hand. I don't mind to start on turn 3 if I'm playing versus control, but we don't know what we're playing. I guess we have 2 draw steps to draw a land. But it's got to be a land on this one. It can't be a tune, so. So we have we have 20 chances into 53 times 2. That's close. It's kind of like flipping a coin. Kind of like flipping a coin. I guess we only have 19 because the Fickett's a blank. The Fickett doesn't count. I guess it's 60% to hit. If it's 60% to hit, we need to keep it. Yeah, it's 60%. I'll keep 60%. That's... If he's mono red, we have to hit. It's a little over 60% too, because if he's playing versus a certain number of decks, we don't have to have it. I don't go into tank that much. I typically play hyperly fast and lose very badly because I play so fast. Alright, well, don't care if he kills one of these. He's showing some type of removal spell. Don't actually care if this thing dies. Oh, well, it didn't die. That's wonderful. So this is a match I typically consider... Oh, wow, he's playing some kind of ramp weirdness. The only hand this is really bad versus is already unwinnable. That's fair. I just had to do I had to do in my head if it was, how close it was, but at 60% I think it's a keep. And we've won 60% versus that deck on stream tonight, so like it's not unwinnable, it's just real bad. Nope, it's some kind of Abzan deck. I mean, maybe it's some Sultai deck, or maybe it's some 4-color deck. They might just be using Spring for the ramp. Be kind of interesting to see where this goes from here, though. Ooh, that card's cool. Both my dudes get -1/-1. I dig that. I dig that. This guy's up my alley. The aftermath of it's pretty sweet too, the dust part. The card seems slow, but very cool. He just had a second one of those? Alright. Well. Just gonna play this and hope he doesn't have a removal spell. If he doesn't have a removal spell, we win. If he does have a removal spell, we have a Hydra. So, either way, I think it goes pretty okay for us. Now the Hydra's lethal? So the Hydra attacks for over 16? Wait, 4, 8, 12. Yeah, the Hydra attacks for over 16. Some cycle thingy. That card's a pretty cool card too. That card's actually probably pretty good versus me. What is this thingy? Whenever it deals combat damage to a creature... Oh, this is an all-star draft card. Big fan of that card. So I can't really attack into it because of Dusk. So, that being said, we'll just kill it then. Sure. We'll play this thing. We'll pump this thing up like twice to put him in lethal from one of these attacks. So this makes both threats we have in play technically lethal. And it still gives us protection from 2 spot removal, which I don't see him playing many more than 2. Yeah, our opponent's got a sweet brew going on. I'm gonna name this our opponent is playing Willie Jensen's draft deck from the Grand Prix you just won. I like how I called him Willie instead of Yui. uh, Liliana the Bad Man. Thank you for following dude with character letters I can't read and icon XHS. I appreciate it. 2-2 zombie and Mildew cards? That doesn't do anything. So opponent's just Dobbs. It's just Lou Dobbs. I don't know where that come from, by the way, and that might offend me to even say. Alright, well, let's see what's in opponent's graveyard. So he's got this thing to put a bunch of tokens on stuff. He's got this thing to get some value. It appears that this thing's just for the spring part of it, which makes me wonder why he's not using the Beneath the Sands, but maybe he's using both. He can have some sweet Liliana goodness. Seems like he's kind of I'm going to try to go a little bit bigger versus him on the draw. On the play, I'll probably go back to pummeling. Yeah, on the play, I'm probably going to go back to pummeling. Huh. What do we got over here? Sorry. 10th degree. I know Owen says a lot. One of my favorite emotes is loot up. Yeah, I don't know where it come from. You can use Aftermath with Everhub. That's fair. That's fair. He can. He can. I guess we'll bring in... I don't know. I guess we'll bring in these. And a couple of these back. I don't think I want the Manglehorns. He didn't show me anything that Manglehorns seem good versus. Actually, let me get these out of the deck and bring in the Harness Lightnings. Because that 5-4 could be a problem. Yeah, I think that 5-4 could actually be a problem. It's one of the reasons I'm going bigger on the draw. Like the Glory Bringer and stuff's good if he just taps out and plays the 5-4. Alright, well this hand seems miserable. Is it good enough to keep? I think it's good enough to keep. Our opponent didn't show us anything particularly fast, so I think this is good enough to keep. I have finally made it to Season 3 of The Ranch, Corey. I get to start it tonight. Would have been nice to have a 2-drop there. Alright, so now that we drew a 5th thing, I'm going to go ahead and play this. I wasn't going to play that. I had intended to cycle it on this turn, but the extra 5 mana spell makes me just really not want to miss the land. That is an okay Evolving Wilds. Can't deny that. Alright, be as mana efficient as possible. We'll just play the thing with 4 power. From what he showed us, there's some chance that we can just like Chandra Ultimate versus him. I'm not really sure. Alright, so he does have blue mana in his deck. He does have an Attune. He got another island. Attack for 4. So... can't really save it. And we'll start bringing Chandra damage. No, we will not cast the thing that we can't cast. Probably play 2 threats next turn. Probably take up with Chandra before we play the 2 threats, though. If he plays like a Liliana, we'll have to kill the Liliana so we don't get to play the 2 threats then. Alright. Well, we're going after Liliana, so. Attack Liliana and exert. Take up Chandra. Yes! For Liliana. So he doesn't have anything in his graveyard that he can reanimate yet. Seems like it. Seems like just kind of a cool brew. He's got 2 wins with it though, so he's doing decent. If I'm not mistaken, Reason absolutely wrecked me the other day with a similar deck. Well, not a similar deck, but like another deck with Far. I think Reason's like invitational card is that. I don't know. I wish you could put these in order. It's just too easy to. It's not worth looking for. Won't find it. Ignore my ratings. I tanked below 1600 in the last 3 days of streaming. Let's go back to the deck. You guys don't need to see that rating. I mean, it could be, I guess. He's not showed me anything that would make me think that. He's not really putting creatures in his graveyard at a fast rate. It easily could be, but like, he's not really doing anything self-mill wise other than the Liliana. I think he's just a ramp control deck. Alright, well, we're going to run back the same play. Yes. Gonna hold this land because of the Tireless Tracker. He's got his plains in his graveyard, so he doesn't have a whole lot of white mana right now. I think he's got enough mana to play his little Dustodon thing, though. Cast out. He's got to get poor Chandra. That's unfortunate for us. We'll grab the green. Play the tracker. Get the clue. I'm not sure if he's playing Wrath of Gods or not, so I'm going a little overboard here, but he's only got 1 white mana, so you'd have to have a white mana and a Wrath. Could just be taking another turn with something. This could be like one of those. Yeah, that's a lot of basics. He's got 1 in his graveyard too, so he's got at least 7 that we know about. Anyway, so he has to have something because we're definitely all sorts of lethal right now. We have 13 in play without using the clue or the cub or the oasis in our hand, so he needs something here. And kills 2 of my dudes, buys it back. Sure. So he's tapped out and we have 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. That's not enough. Well, that's 11, 12. So 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. That's not enough. Attacking for a bunch. He only has 1 card in hand. I will play around a Wrath this time. I don't know why. That's probably a mistake. Yeah, I should have definitely played the Prowling Shepherd. Not playing the plowing shepherd here is another punt, so somebody can throw the punt signal up if they're in the mood. If they're in the mood, they can throw up the punt symbol. He's only got 2 mana left, so I guess it's not going to matter, but that was definitely a play mistake. Alright, well, we've at least locked up our pity chest. And we'll play one more league. Man, leagues with Pummeler go fast. We're like at the 4-hour mark and entering our 15th match. It's pretty good for stream. I don't really drop frames very much anymore, which is pretty nice as well. Anyway, so match number 15. Let's see how it goes. We're fighting versus King Kong 82. I like that name. He's also 3-1. This hand's lit, as the kids say. As the families say. I'll decide between the Cub and the Brawler on this next draw step. Oh, it's our bad match again. That's fun. So this is the 4th time we've played versus Mono Red in 15 matches. That's a pretty good percentage still. Alright, so if he doesn't have a burn spell, this is good for me. If he does have a burn spell, he's kind of time walking his turn and giving us an opportunity to draw a Blossoming Defense or something. Didn't draw Blossoming Defense, but the fact that we can make it 4 power is somewhat like that. It's like not exactly like that, but it's somewhat like that. So now he needs 2 spells. Pity Chest hype! So he needs 2 spells to kill this. That's not one of them 2 spells, friend. Am I brave enough to attack this young man? Dude's mountain. Yeah, the dude. This is the Rebecca Gay mountain that Robbie likes so much. I don't know what. That's just cool John Avon land. Yeah, those are the Rebecca Gays. I believe these are the lands that come in the new Showdown packs, if I'm not mistaken. I may be wrong about that. It may not be that mountain. I'm not sure. I believe it's fine to attack, but let's get some energy just in case. And we may steal this game, depending on what's in his hand. So we deal 5. I'm going to go ahead and put another counter on it this turn. So he needs like double Harness Lightning type effects to kill it now. Sorry, double like a braid slash type effects. Hey Z Magic Man, how you doing tonight? Wow, he had it. That's pretty bad for us. The odds of him having 2 of those were exceptionally bad, especially when he didn't play one last turn, but... Well then, what is our outs now? We could just be dead, boys. Yeah, whatever. I'm attacking. I'm not going to win playing defense. I can't even block that, so I'm taking 3 damage a turn no matter what. I can draw another pump spell if he doesn't have a 4th removal. He has a 4th removal. Alright, so we just don't have any outs. Oh no, he done that to my face. Wow. I could, but that would have let him know he has to block and stuff like that. I like it pretty good. So we have a lot of outs here. That is not one of our outs. That's not one of our outs at all. So we're at 7. He's getting ready to pop a courier. I had a bunch of outs. We can deal 12 if he doesn't have anything at all. Alright, maybe we're trying to play defense now. Maybe we're playing defense now, boys. On the positive note, if we survive through the next turn now, we probably do have lethal. I think the deck's pretty good. The deck doesn't beat mono red, but I like it versus about everything else but mono red. How do you get them? You just have to buy them. I think the deck's very good versus any non-mono red match. Alright, so we're going to block 2 and take like a bunch, and we're going to win. Like, mono red's just our by far worst match. Our by far. Did I really say that? Going to block this guy. If he's playing build to smash, I guess we lose. If he's playing build to smash, I lose with any other block as well, though, so we have to make this block. Alright, no build to smash. Great. So that's 9. Go get him. And get the Minotaur on him. Wow, we stole a game on the draw. Was this on the draw? Were we on the draw? I think we were on the draw. We were not on the draw. We were on the play. Alright. We stole a game on the play versus 4 removal spells. I'm mind blown by that. I'm mind blown that we win versus this deck at all. But yeah, tonight we've went 3-2. We've went 4-1. And we're currently 3-1 again. We're 2-1 versus mono red, so like we're running a little hotter than we should be, but we're like 1-1 versus God's Pharaoh, which is almost a bye, so like it evens out a little bit. But for the most part, we're having a pretty good record. Obviously, don't want to play versus mono red ever. Our matchup versus mono red is very, very bad. I just don't think you get to do what we just did versus mono red, especially on the draw. I actually still think the Manglehorns are fine. Kind of like, don't know whether I want the 4th Glorybringer or the 3rd Tracker. I don't really want either of them. I've been bringing in just the 2 Trackers. Basically anything to try to block with for us to get out. My entire go post-board is to get the discard and hope the discard can hold it. But like, this is our worst match. Obviously, when you're playing versus a little mono red deck and you have no sweepers, no life gain, and only 4 spot removal spells, you can't be favored. You just can't be favored versus this match, especially when he showed us Abrades and Incendiary Flows both main deck. You just can't be favored versus mono red. So if mono red's a huge part of your meta, this game's not really playable, or this deck's not really playable. Alright, well he mulliganed, so that's kind of good for us. And that's kind of bad for us. Well, normally I would not pay this point of life. I would just pass back with the game trail untapped, but I can't let that thing flip. I lose an extra point of damage if I let that thing flip. Blighted Gorge? That's a pretty nice one. So if I play this, he can have a bunch of different removal spells. If I play this, it at least guarantees me some amount of life total, some amount of life points rather, that I'm saving, while letting me build up an extra energy for this on the turn that I play it. Which makes it better versus his removal spells, because now 3-point removal spells won't kill it. That being said, he is kind of mana screwed and stuff. I'm just going to cast a Beaumont Courier. Or sorry, I I typically tend to try to play the removal spell every turn that we can here. And even if he has a removal spell for the Manglehorn, we don't care too much because we got some value and we're getting ready to bring down this thing, which lets us curve perfectly into playing 2 threats on the opposing turn. So he's got to exert this or I will trade. Alright. So he hits me for a lot more this turn, but he doesn't have that attack for the following turn. Still though, with us at 10 life and him having X amount of damage in play, I don't really like our odds, though we do have Bristling Hydra the blocker now. The Stone Cold blocker. Which was pretty good. Now we just have to try to win this game before Hazoret kills us. We're down to 7. Gotta win this game before Hazoret kills us, which is not an easy task. Alright, well I don't want to take any more damage at all. Because I don't want to put ourselves in in range that 2 lethal or 2 burn spells can kill us. But we do need to attack. It's a little dangerous because he could have things that make my dudes not block, and then I take an additional point of damage. But like we have, oh crap! I forgot to play my land. That was a play mistake. Didn't play my land. Rip. But basically, we're just extremely worried about Haz at this point. Willing to trade one of my things for one of his things. I'm fine with that. I assume the Cub can't block. I'm just going to snap jump in front of these two. Not playing that land probably doesn't hurt us at all, but like it's still a play mistake. Alright, so it's a Rampage, which means any burn spell will now kill us as well. And him just getting to lands for the one thing also kills us. So, he's pretty favored here. And Cinderay Flow, we're dead. We didn't have any outs about that, because no matter what block we made, we were going to die to the Invigorated Rampage. Yeah, he had to have 2 more lands before it worked, though. We would have cycled that. Meh. I thought we were going to steal that game. That game looked pretty good for us. He mulliganed and didn't really do anything, and we still just lost. So we're going to go ahead and play. No lands. No lands. It's always fun not to get to play in game 3 of round 5 of your 15th match. Like, can you imagine how mad you'd be if this was a Grand Prix? How come you don't plant decks that win? What do you mean plant decks that win? Probably going to cycle this game at some point. And we just have no removal, so like it has to be a terrible match for us. Even though like we've played versus 4 mono red decks tonight, and our record is going to be 10-5, which is 66%, and we got paired versus 4 of our worst match, so can't be too upset about those results. And this is technically not over. We won game 1. Like, we could just like untap and draw a Bristling Hydra and still maybe get there. I mean, the deck wins. We've won 60% tonight. The deck's very good right now. It's got 1 terrible match. It legitimately only has 1 terrible match. We just happen to be playing versus that terrible match. That's good. Take 1,000,000. If we draw Bristling Hydra, we're still in this game. If we don't draw Hydra, the game's just over, pretty much. Let's see if we can find something better than that. That is not better than that. It's a body though. We also drew 0 removal spells both game 2 and 3. But yeah, like I said, this is our worst match. We don't care if we lose it too badly. Don't really have anything going on here. We mulligan twice as well. If we had 2 more cards, we probably be in pretty decent shape. Alright, GG opponent. So we went 10-5 tonight. We went 2-2 versus mono red, but honestly that should probably be 0-4. But that was our 3rd stream. Sorry for the people who just got here. That's going to be calling it for tonight. I think the deck's pretty good. It just doesn't do very well versus mono red. It's pretty fun to play though. Like, we could make it better versus mono red. Like, there's a lot of these sideboard cards that we could just change. And if we change these sideboard cards, then it's probably good versus mono red. But, like, I feel like we need these sideboard cards to beat the black greens and the teamers and the blue red controls and all those decks of that nature. So, I don't really know what to do. It seems like no matter which choice we make, we're giving up some amount of value somewhere. So, at your local Friday Night Magics and stuff, if there's not a lot of mono red there, or if you go to a Grand Prix, this deck seems like it's reasonable. Like, I feel like I could top 32 or better a Grand Prix with this pretty easily, but I don't know. Who knows? Anyway, appreciate you all for coming. For the new people, there's a Twitter link down below. Every time I go live, all the deck lists I play are all posted on Twitter. On my Twitter, there's also a link to my YouTube. On my YouTube, every stream gets posted, completely unedited. So you see all my play mistakes, everything like that. You can follow any of that crap you want. And I guess that's about it. Our emoticon's still not approved, so unfortunately that sucks for the subs. But hey, we turned it in. At some point it'll get approved. And I guess I'm going to send you guys on off to Sam. Sam plays some pretty sweet brews. I like watching Sam stream a decent amount. He's a good guy too. He's got some t-shirts and stuff that he even sells. So anyway, hope you guys enjoy your stream. Hope you have a good night. I probably will stream tomorrow, but I'm going to watch the Pro Tour entirely. So it'll be after the Pro Tour and it'll probably only be one-ish stream. Anyway, thanks again everyone and have a good evening.